So I'm just gonna go ahead and get started. Everybody, welcome to Vibes and Stuff. We are doing a something a little bit different. Just just keeping an eye out for some stuff in sports universe. You know how that goes. So we got some big games tonight. Um, Michigan, Ole Miss, and Georgia Tech. Um, Colorado and Colorado State. Tennessee, Florida beat Tennessee. Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. So first of all, thank y'all for tuning in on a Saturday night, joining the number one Chief Rocket in Nick's universe. So I got a space here, um, a creative, a creative space here. Um, I want to talk about um, from concept to reality. I was on the phone. Um, I don't know if I want to say, but I guess I'll say it. I was on the phone earlier uh, 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 yeah, uh, 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 yeah, ladies and gentlemen, put them drinks down and get on your feet. Put your hands together for the R&B sensation, DSJ. Ladies and gentlemen, DSJ. Yo, what's good, boss?
Hey, what's going on? Also, I make the best pasta salad this side of the I couldn't even get it all the way out.
Yo, people be putting raisins and shit. Yo, why you putting raisins in pasta salad, bro? Really?
Italian dressings,
You putting
bacon, dip.
pickles in there? Really? Relish?
Yeah, like
Oh,
color me crazy. Lord have mercy. Like I don't know if you're making pasta salad or coleslaw anymore.
right. Right. Man, you got me choking up over here, bro, with the pasta salad thing, bro. I swear, I just don't know what it is.
Well, for me, it's definitely trolling. I'll tell you that now.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yo, I legit feel like I'm regretting it now. I
nah,
feel like
don't regret it. Don't regret it. I'll eventually calm down.
nah, man. It's the fact that I feel like pasta salad is like, mm, I don't know, bro. I just don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, no, I get you. I get you. I mean, it ain't
Is
for
it?
everybody. So
I don't think it's for nobody, bro. I don't think
some
it's.
people, some people love it. Some people
They
make
swear
that
by it,
thing
bro.
in big tubs, and they be like, "Hey, listen, I'm cool. Can you pass me anything but that?"
People are like, yo, yeah, I have a fresh garden salad here, and people are like, oh, garden salad, and then some people will be like, oh man, all I bought was chicken salad and potato salad, and then someone's like, oh, you know what I bought? What'd you bring? I brought pasta salad. Oh boy, you brought pasta salad.
And just remind them. Oh, a matter of fact, you know what's so messed up? The gender thought that was trash. and I saw him throw it out. So yeah, you actually didn't bring anything.
Yeah, yeah. Sorries, but not sorries. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's one of them things, bro. But um, so I had this idea, and I was wanting to jump on earlier, but I wound up speaking with wisdom for a good little bit, kind of about creativity and that space. And
Okay.
what I find in speaking about creativity. Hey man, you got an echo going on. Is that me? Is that me with the echo?
That might be me. Let me leave and I'll come right back in.
Okay. Or some headphones if you got some.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's the thing about the creative space. I find that everyone's not accepting to creative thought and ideas. Right? Creative thoughts and ideas are mainly reserved for those that are in that vein of the mainstream, right? Mainstream thought. Like give you an idea of mainstream thought. Selling t-shirts. Often people come to me with the idea of selling t-shirts. Like, hey man, you know what you could do to make some money? You could sell t-shirts, man. Everybody wear t-shirts, right? And my thing to that is everybody also wears underwear. Do I want to put my name on that and sell it too? No, not really. My thing is my creative space lives in the neighborhood of something really original, right? Here he
Okay,
is.
let's try this one more time.
Bam, there you go. It's perfect.
All right.
So DSA, my thing is, guess what I'm having, by the way? Just take a wild guess. I'm in the Carolinas. I'm mixing two beverages together, two items together. One is crunchy and one is a liquid. Guess what it is? Can you guess what it is?
No, I'm so hold on, say that one more time.
I am enjoying a snack made up of two things. One is crunchy and one is a liquid. Can you guess what this snack is that I'm having?
I would have said peanut butter and jelly, but I am honestly
So
drawing a blank here.
you're close on one and way off on the other.
Yeah.
It's a Carolinas thing, probably more so a down south thing.
Okay.
So you want to take another stab at it, or no?
Nah, cause I'm like I said, I'm drawing a blank.
Um, Pepsi and peanuts. Pepsi and peanuts is what I'm having right now. It looks
Okay.
bad. I honestly don't even want to show, but whatever. So it's a down south thing, right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing: the creative space. I think in the creative space thing, um, people may not be welcoming to the thought of free thinking and freedom of expression and getting into the in that place of expression. I think a lot of times people want you to be in that vein of just do what everybody else does. Like I get about in a month, I get about 7 to 8 people a month trying to get me to sell t-shirts. Yo, I do your Bronze Tears logos, bro. Trust me, bro. I promise you, you'll sell about 2,000 t-shirts a month. And I'm like, really? 2,000 t-shirts a month, right? You're guaranteeing me an income of about $20,000 a month in t-shirt sales. Yeah, bro, everybody wear t-shirts. And my thought is, everybody wears underwear too, right? Do I want to put Lawrence Tears on underwear also? Try that, right? My thing is I like the free thinking element of the freedom of expression thing, right? Right. Say for instance, if you have an idea of, say you have a vibe, say you driving home from work one morning, and this is for the night shift people, the third shift people, the people that work days, y'all have no idea of this concept of getting off 7 o'clock in the morning and having your day be backwards from everybody else. I used to do that for a long time. Right?
The story of my life right now.
And say you're in a car and you just hear a song and it puts you in a vibe. Say for instance, say for instance, you're at the light and that song Other Side of the Game comes on. You remember that song, man?
The Erykah Badu song?
Yeah. And say that song comes on and it puts you in a vibe and you just want to write to it. Right? That vibe of I know that I'm doing the wrong thing, but this is the only way I can pay my way through college type vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you get to say the crib or whatever, and everybody's rushing to you. Hey, he's back. He made it home safely. Yeah, and you just like, yeah, hey, I'm glad to see you, but I'm in this zone. I'm in my zone. I'm feeling it, right? And so you don't want to have somebody kill your buzz. You know what I'm saying? You just want to write. You get in that, like maybe go in the bedroom and close the door and just lay down across the bed and write, or pull up to your favorite desk at home and write, or lounge in your favorite chair and just type it out in your phone. Right? But people are like, hey man, what you want for breakfast? Or hey man, what's going on with you? You had a bad day at work. You know what I'm saying? He's like, nah, man, I just got this idea. I'm just trying to get these thoughts out before I forget them. And they're like, forget what? And you're like, well, I have this song idea about being in the game, being in love with this girl, wanting to be with her for the rest of my life, or at least hardcore in the future, right? But I can't be with her unless I take some risks in life, you know what I'm saying, to secure our future. And then you tell it to somebody like, hey, anybody want to hear that shit? Everybody makes songs about that. That's on everybody's album. Come in here and get some grits, man. We got some grits and Vienna sausages. You ever been in that mode? Like that ever happened to you?
No, I try to protect my creative aspect as much as possible. Now there are times when I think family can be a distraction if you're in a creative mood. Like when the mood hits you, you come to the door and again they'll greet you. Hey, glad you made it back. Now make me some breakfast. I don't,
Right. Right.
Kids can be demanding at times, but yeah. At the end of the day, I try to do as much protecting my personal creative space as possible. So when it hits me, I just go at it. Like I'll just attack the concept and make sure that I have enough time to at least craft out the skeleton of it. So.
Right.
I've done it before. I've come through the door. I'll sit down right at the table, and I'll just start writing. I'll just go ahead and whatever was in my head, I'll just go ahead and start jotting it down. And maybe it's just me because I have a good way of blocking out the noise once I get into that mode. Like you're not gonna break this concentration. I'm gonna go ahead and craft what I need to craft, or as much as of it I need to craft out before we can even have an interaction.
Right. 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 How do you stay in that space for a prolonged amount of time, even with the distractions? Because blocking out is one thing, but for a lot of us, we don't have like a space that we can go to be solitary. Like, how do you do that?
I think it's really kind of living in your own head. It's literally living in your head. Um, I, for one, just feel like when those moments of creativity hit you, um, it's important to get it out the way. Just jot it down. And sometimes what I'm saying, all it takes is a spark, and next thing you know, you can craft a whole song. But as I said before, sometimes family can be a distraction to the point where your focus is so much on them that anything that you had creatively before you hit the door is immediately gone. So it might take sitting in the car for a few minutes to craft everything out before you walk in the door. Sitting on the porch, sitting on the patio. And just kind of doing what you need to do to capture those moments.
Okay. Okay. What about the prolonging them? Like, what about not prolonging the moment, but what about something in depth? Like, what if the vibe is like not just that, but an album? Like, how do you stay in that? Like how do you stay in the theme of an album, kind of?
I think I just let everybody know what I'm doing. I at least have enough of that communication to let them know, whether it's the lady of the house or the kids. Hey, listen, Daddy's working on something, so I need this opportunity. I need this time, and once I'm done, we can commence, doing the family thing. But for right now, at this moment, I need to do what I have to do. And a lot of times they'll respect it, they understand it, because they've seen me work. There's times when I've come in the door with a fresh beat, and I'll like put the beat on, and I might even try to include them in the process. Like, hey, what do you think when you hear this?
Right.
Just so they feel like there's something that they can be a part of.
Hmm. That is interesting. Kind of like in that One Last Cry vibe, right? Where there's a piano and there's a sheet of music, and then you just get on the piano and write to the melody, like my shattered dreams and broken heart are mending on the shelf, and then you just get into that mode of just writing from there. Is that how it is?
Yeah. All it takes is a spark. Yeah, all it takes is a spark. You hear the right beat, you hear the right note. Conceptually, you might already have something in mind, and you just need that moment. And yeah, so sometimes it can be as simple as that.
Okay.
Other times, I think it really just it really is you carving out that specific headspace for yourself. Like it is absolutely necessary to kind of isolate yourself so that way you can craft what you need to craft without one having to um like for me I hate the idea of having to backtrack and overthink things. Sometimes like when the mood hits and it's raw, it's probably the best time to okay, this is what I need, this is the space that I needed, and the thought that I had might be better than the second thought that comes in.
Okay. So you mentioned concept. Is concept what you imagine the finished product to be? Or is concept the major line of thinking throughout the entire process?
The concept can be it's more than likely the major overall theme of what you're thinking. Because see the intricacies can change a little bit. Um, but once you get into this, once you get the idea of what you're trying to accomplish, the overall message, that won't change. Everything else can, like the details can, but the overall theme won't. So once you get into that spot, that sweet spot where okay, this is what I want to talk about. The examples don't have to always be the same examples that you run with
Right.
um from thought to paper. So
Okay. 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 The reason why I think I asked that question is because um, a theme that I heard before is the Weed album, right? Not saying that's what you do, right? I'm saying it in a sense of a guy wants to come out with an album that's not necessarily straight out of Compton or the street struggle or none of that. It's more like a G-Funk slash weed smoking album, right? And to stay
okay.
in that bag the whole time through and have it be a good album to me seems difficult, right? Like the reason why I bring up the Chronic is because to have an album centered around smoking weed all day and your daily activities that you do while you smoke to me is baffling. I think it's genius in its simplicity, right? For instance, I heard a song back in the day by the Intruders, I think it is, a song called Street Life. Street Life is
It's
the
the
only
only
life
life I know.
I know.
Yeah.
Street Life. But then you listen to the rest of their stuff, you're like, okay, so what is there outside of Street Life? You're like, nothing. Because you put everything into this one song, right? You described everything that you do. What else you have left? You
You
know
know
what I'm
the
saying?
fun, yeah, and you wanna know what's crazy? And major shout out to Troy Taylor because what he's done, um, not to help me, but in a sense, kind of to renew the focus is he gave the guidelines to songwriting or just crafting songs, and it was targeted towards every song that you make has to have a purpose for the moment. A song for when you wake up, a song for when you um make some breakfast for the kids before you walk out the door, go to your job. A daily routine, a day in the life needs a soundtrack, and songwriting should be attacked in that same manner. And that kind of helps me in terms of one, not coming out with the same type of songs, and if I do touch on the same subjects, finding different ways to carve it out, so that way it's not. I heard this song before from like track 2 to track 7. It's the same song. Like, nah, there's a way to break up the monotony, even by touching on the same subject, but maybe attacking it from a different angle, a different perspective. So
Right. For instance, the what's the lady? Sunshine Anderson had a song called "Heard It All Before." You remember that?
oh yeah,
And then every song after that is songs that I've heard before. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
And while I talk to you, guess what song I'm listening to? It's a song called "Native New Yorker" by Odyssey. You ever
Okay,
heard that?
yeah,
So I have that in my ear, right? And so just not because I need a distraction, but I need I'm searching for some relevant fodder for the conversation. Like for instance, you hear Odyssey sing about Native New Yorker, right? And then I go back to all their other songs, and guess what it's about? Being a native New Yorker,
being
except
a New Yorker.
they're talking about they're breaking down other stuff. Well, if native New Yorker is the one thing that comes first that explains everything, like how do you stay in that vein without it being heard it all before? You feel me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and again, that boils down to simply just finding other perspectives, other viewpoints. So what I might see in terms of just the subject matter, you could write from it from a different perspective. Like, okay, the counter would be what the female would see,
Right.
right? Um, and everything really just boils down to a matter of perspective. Maybe you're the outside looking in type of person, um, as opposed to being the one in the moment, the subject matter in the moment. Sometimes it's cool to envision yourself being on the opposite side of that coin.
Right.
Maybe you're the one looking through the window and seeing whatever's unfolding. You know what I mean? Maybe you're the victim, maybe you're the suspect. Maybe you're the lead, maybe you're not the lead, maybe you're the co-star. And there's just different ways of attacking subject matters, and I think that's the element that makes it easier to start carving out different perspectives.
Right. So here's the thing to that too, then, because I want to bring it back full circle in a sense. So if that's the vibe, do you think is that what you're thinking in that vibe, or was my question a little Morpheus?
No, that's usually what I think. Whenever those subject matters come about, I'll always look at it from different vantage points because I never want the subject to be stale. Um, and as much as I enjoy the group, like Boys to Men can have the same song 7 tracks straight, and it's like, okay, well, kind of over this now.
Yeah. Right.
So, and it could just be that simple. Just what, I maybe if I attack it from a different angle. For instance, one of my favorite songs from them, I think it's on the Full Circle album. Funny that you said Full Circle, right? But it's a song called Right on Time,
Right.
which spoke about infidelity. Now, this is not Boyz II Men's wheelhouse. They're usually either A, trying to win your love, trying to prove their love, trying to win you back, trying to get over the love. But
Right.
never have they spoke about stepping out, being with somebody else. And so like this is a different take on the crooners, um, the guys that always make those songs, I'll make love to you, water runs dry. Now you're talking about, the other side of that physical attraction. And sometimes you just need that. You need that something different. Those different subject matters, all in the same vein.
What year did because if that song came out during the year of the cheetah, then I'm not going to count it.
Probably about 07, 08.
Oh, 7, 08. Okay. So if it was 97, 98, that to me, that's the year of the cheetah. Where
No.
either you're singing about somebody cheating, you're talking about being a player. You know what I'm saying?
No, yeah, this is definitely after the yeah, this is after the Evolution album.
Okay.
So
It's funny. It's called Evolution with an album full of the same type songs.
right, right.
Evolution to what? So here's my thing. I want to ask you, and I know this is going to be a rock in your shoe. I don't intend it to be. I only mean for it to be a splinter in your hand, something, just a nuisance, right? Not something major.
No splinters in my behind.
Splinters in your behind. Splinters in your behind. Yeah. So the thing I want to get to is, I'm going to say it delicately, not because you and I can speak freely, right? But my thing is, I respect your opinion. Like whatever you say, I'm not going to judge you on it or any of that stuff. You know that, right? But
Right.
I'm saying want to say it delicately, as far as the topic is concerned. So I think Whitney Houston is a great American artist.
Agreed.
Maybe the greatest female artist of all time.
Arguably.
Possibly. I think we overrate her music. Right? I don't doubt her accomplishments. I don't even doubt the fact that she could sing. But when I think Whitney Houston, I think Nas. All that talent, if we could adjust, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
My
Now I get what you're saying.
My thing is, I think her best song. Well, let me ask you this. What's her best song? Her best song, not somebody else's. Not a remake.
That's a very good question because that's really a matter of perspective. People have different opinions on it. I would say probably the very first single, her debut song, "Greatest Love of All."
Okay.
I think it was probably the best. It was probably the best display of talent, and subject wasn't considerably the same as everybody else's. This is about inspiration from a generational standpoint. So it's a different, like, yeah, like you see, like Julian Blum, salute to you, man. But like I want to dance with somebody. Like how many songs did they have saying the same exact thing?
Yeah.
I mean, even now, like, I mean, it's a good song, but it's like it doesn't stand out
from every other song that speaks to the same thing.
See, to me, that's a Michael Jackson type song.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? To me, I Want to Dance with Somebody. It's a great song. It's a great instrumentation. Whitney Houston is a great singer, great performer. But it reminds me of Beat It or Blame It on the Boogie. Blame It on the Boogie.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's one of them songs. It's one
Or
of them
Rock With
songs.
You.
I Want to Rock With You. Yeah. Honestly, I think Rock With You, I think, is Mike's best song. Right? In my opinion.
Okay.
Right? In my opinion, Rock With You is straight to the point. I don't care about all that stuff. I just want to rock with you. Can you feel that? Then we get on the boogie. You know what I'm saying? It gets to a point, right?
Right.
Thriller, on the other hand, is a fantastic song, right? But the theme is hidden. But man, all you want to do is dance, bro. If you just want to dance, just say, "I want to dance with somebody." You know what I'm saying? Billie Jean,
Right.
Billie Jean, and not mine. It's just a girl. You know what I'm saying? And all it is I just want to dance. You know what I'm saying? We just disguise "I want to dance" with another title and just call it that. And that's for that reason I always say I choose Prince over Michael Jackson, because Prince goes through mood swings on his albums, right? Like he'll go through mood swings, so you can tell when the Revolution take over on say a Purple Rain album, on the Purple Rain album, because they have a song and it's there's a song on the Purple Rain album called "Take Me With You," and that's more of the Revolution than it is of Prince, right?
Right.
Because the whole vibe is different, right? And then there's a thing where Purple Rain, it's a Revolution song, but Prince takes it and sings it not begrudgingly, but angrily, frustratedly. Like you can tell his emotions in it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's
Right.
some soul in it. You know what I'm saying? Ron, what's good, man? And so there's the Michael Jackson album, like just real quick, just to so that I can get back to the point that I wanted to ask you about Whitney Houston. On Thriller, Michael Jackson's album, you got Pretty Young Thing, Repeat After Me, Say Nah Nah Nah. You know what I'm saying? It's all about wanting to dance a party, right? Even Human Nature. Even when, did you know that the lady from the Facts of Life sung on Human Nature? Dude, did I talk to you about that
Mindy
already?
Kahn.
Yeah. Did you know she was singing? She sang background on that? Yeah, okay. So you have the Human Nature, and it's still, want to dance, right? But on a Prince song, when you hear The Beautiful Ones, that's, even though I kind of think that song was produced by Swiss Beats. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because when you hear it, it's like, you remember when y'all was talking about Swiss Beats banging on the keyboard? Somebody brought that up.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah.
Just banging on the key. When you hear The Beautiful Ones, you hear the banging on the keyboard.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So even though it sounds like a Swiss Beats song, you could still hear a different degree of emotion there. I don't think Mike or Whitney present that, except when Whitney sung I Will Always Love You, right?
Right.
I don't know how many takes it took her to do that, but it sounded like she did that song in one take, right? And it also sounds like she poured her essence into that song, right? Like when you hear I Will Always, and I know that's a Dolly Parton remake. I think we all know that, right?
Right.
But when Whitney Houston pours her essence into that song, so much so that when you hear that song, you don't think Dolly Parton.
At
I
all.
remember I remember when the song first came out, it was tabbed as a Dolly Parton classic Whitney Houston cover, right? But after you heard that song 3 or 4 times, you forgot about Dolly Parton, bro. Right? What are we, Dolly Parton? What are we talking about? And for that reason, I say, if Whitney Houston would have done more original music like that, I don't think there's a discussion if Whitney Houston is the greatest of all. And so, getting back to our point, the line of question that I was asking you about, like a vibe, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like how do you keep it in that same line of thinking, like Dr. Dre did with the Chronic? Right, on Whitney Houston, every time I listen to a Whitney Houston album, you know what I think? That's a collection of a bunch of great songs.
Right.
But I don't think there is like a theme. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think honestly, when it comes down to specifically like um music as a whole, albums are not conceptual. Um, some are intentionally conceptual, and they
Okay.
let you know from the very beginning, right? And I'll jump off of the R&B and go to hip hop with this one for a second. Life After Death. It felt like it felt like Scorsese scored this,
Right.
and everything was tailor made to the underworld life of crime,
Right.
um, the hood mafiosos. Um, it gave you that vibe.
Right.
Another one is Method Man's To Cal 2000 Judgment Day.
Okay.
It was post-apocalyptic, and it felt post-apocalyptic in terms of subject matter, in terms of um the influence in terms of um using dialogue from the movie Cyborg to subject matter. It just felt like all of this was Mad Max in the hood.
Okay. Okay.
And so I think with um R&B doesn't have that same degree of concept because it's almost a matter of its intent is to be the soundtrack or the background to love making,
Okay.
right? Our intent is not like prime example Jodeci's first album and second album for that matter. The first side is dedicated to nothing but slow jams,
Right.
and you know the subject matter is strictly about you know winning her back, the physical concept of admiration. um so you got to come and talk to me, you have a stay, then you have the you and I,
Classic.
it's like,
I think You and
and
I is
all
the
of
best
it.
song on the album. I think You and I is the best song on that album, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This is my
um I'm still waiting can be up there for me as well.
Oh, I forgot about I'm Still With, yeah. That too.
But you see, like, but those two songs kind of feel like the same song.
Right. Right.
But in terms of like their second album, now their second album, I think um it offered a little bit more variety because you have the of course the Cry for You and the Fiendin'.
Right.
Then you take a turn with Alone, um What About Us? Like
Crying.
they gave you something different, although it's all in the same wheelhouse of the emotions. It just gave you a different concept of subject matter, all in the same vein.
Right. Mr. Dalvin was key to those first few albums, bro. Mr. Dalvin
Yeah,
was key to the swag, where you have the producer who was a genius and the singers who were uber talented. But man, when you're talking about, no, we're not wearing suits, we're wearing this. No, we're not just gonna keep singing Stevie. We're not gonna sing Stevie Wonder songs. We're gonna do, excuse me, we're gonna sing love songs for our generation. No, that line right there is whack. Take that out. No, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do something that is gonna be dope for the album, and then the remix is gonna be fire for the radio. So when you think
right.
about like when with a Mr. Dalvin, bro, you know what I'm saying? Even though he was a great harmonizer, right? A great harmonizer, but just like Otis with the Temptations, you don't have to be the lead singer or the most talented people. But if you are interested in the direction of the group and you have an ear to the street and know what people want to hear, you are just as important or maybe more important than the lead singer.
Yeah,
And I
he's a
know,
tastemaker.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Mr. Dalvin's like, nah, man, we ain't wearing. Why would we put on blazers and shirts, man? Isn't there already a 4-man group out right now that does that? Why do what they do? Right? Why do what they do? Why don't we do something? And I know it's gonna sound strange, but I know but we know people that know Casey and JoJo. Bro, them dudes pre-Jodeci were cornballiest of the cornballs ever. I was just talking to
They're,
my I was just talking to my
they're part of a
sister.
gospel group.
Yeah, I was talking to my sister about 2 weeks ago about this, right? And we were laughing that Jodeci's image is one thing, but Casey and JoJo were more cornballier than Boys to Men. You know what I'm saying? Mrs. Dad was like, no,
Right.
take that off. No, no, don't no. We're not gonna do gospel riffs in the beginning of the song. We'll do them at the end of the song. We'll let you take it to the house at the end of the song, right? But at the beginning of the song, the first 3 minutes, we got to make sure that people be, you know what I'm saying, that everybody be feeling us. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
and so for people that don't understand what I mean by that, right? I'm gonna point out some artists that got their beginnings in church, and it might have been the reason why they went. Yo, you remember Ruben Studdard?
Yep.
How he could sing but he couldn't connect.
Yeah.
The
Sorry for 2004.
sorry. Yeah, yeah. For the older crowd, there was a dude that killed it on the Apollo, and he could sing better than Freddie Jackson. He was in that Freddie Jackson Luther Vandross space. A dude named David Peaston. He was on Showtime at the Apollo for like a million weeks, bro. They couldn't touch him. But when it came to making music, bro, you can't start off. Yeah, yeah,
It be like that sometimes for artists. It's easier to do covers. It's easier to put your thoughts in your. It's easier to put more feeling into a song that's already created than once you create your own.
right.
Because at this point, it's really just more of a showcase of talent than it is flexing your muscle in terms of I created this from start to finish.
You know, yeah. You know who else was in that line in that same vein? A dude with probably the sweetest voice that you ever heard, but we don't give him credit for it because he doesn't have a big enough discography of hits. Is a dude named Glenn Jones.
Yeah.
Bro,
Oddly enough, I was thinking Tony Terry, but they're basically the same type of story.
yeah, same type of yeah. Same type of story, yeah. Where these dudes can sing their behinds off, bro. But when you start off in a certain thing, people start to expect that, and then you can't build off of that because give you an example with Tony Terry. Tony Terry's. Do you remember what Tony Terry's first song was? The first song he ever released?
I know it was a mid-tempo song in '87, but I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah, it was a fast song. It was a dance song in '87, right? But it didn't do nothing. That thing didn't sell wood. But when he slowed it all the way down, it did with you. People still sing.
Yeah.
Bro, if you go to somebody's wedding and you don't hear that song, then they might just be practicing, bro. It ain't a real wedding. It might just be practice. Because that
If you
song,
don't, yeah,
yeah.
if you don't hear that song, then you're probably hearing Kenny Lattimore instead. But either way, I mean,
Or I'm talking about at the reception. I'm talking about at the reception when they just playing music or whatever, DJ. You know what I'm saying? You get
yeah,
to you or whatever. They're playing Jesse Powell, that song You.
yeah,
Oh, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. God bless the dead. May Jesse Powell rest in heaven. I don't know. I think you're in that vein. I don't know if that's a compliment or disrespect. Don't judge me on it. I just feel like you're in that Jesse Powell. Who else? Gotta put that for context. So DSJ, Jesse Powell, who else do you think would be in that range of a Jesse Powell?
um. Well, there's not a lot. There's not a lot of people. Well, no, I can't say that because, like, I'd say Sam Salter is one of those guys. May he also rest in heaven.
Right, right.
Um, maybe a Glenn Lewis or a Music Soul Child.
Music Soul Child. I wouldn't put Glenn Lewis in that category with y'all. So Music Soul Child. And I know that's your opinion. I'm just clarifying for what I'm thinking.
Right.
And not Kenny Lattimore either. I'm talking about in terms of I'm talking about in terms of sonically what they sound like. Right? I'm talking about like their voices are in that same Maxwell, but not as good as Maxwell range. No disrespect. No disrespect to your no disrespect. Right. And when I say you're not Maxwell, I don't mean that. What I'm saying is there's only one Maxwell, bro. You feel me?
Of course.
So yeah, I'm talking about
And
like
no, I will not hit the duck walk for anybody. Sorry.
no, please, no, not even with the camera off. No. We don't even want to have to imagine it. You know what I'm saying? Kevon Edmonds. Yeah, there we go. There we go, Ron. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Like when you hear their voices sound similar in that Kevon Edmonds. Now, Kevon Edmonds is a fantastic singer. I think he might be better than Maxwell, to be honest with you. Or just as good as Maxwell. So, but I'm talking about
I think he's better. But I think that unfortunately, because he's part of a group, he'll have moments. And I think even with him being a soloist now, like it doesn't overshadow his moments for being part of After Seven. So there's like nothing that you really go to in terms of his solo career.
Right.
You'll always refer to all the things that he's done as part of After Seven.
Or well, he had a solo album that was fire. He had a solo album that was fire. But I
Yeah.
will say this. Let me say this about DSJ though. I think you're better than the dude in mid condition.
Who,
The
Stokely?
Yeah, I think you're better than him. I think he don't want to see you on a stage. Now, when I say that, I'm saying if somebody was to pour all the resources into you that they poured into him, I don't even think it's a competition.
I mean, listen, Stokely's an amazing singer. I think he's incredibly good at bending notes, and the range that he has, I think is a bit underrated. Um, I'll give you a prime example, right? Like, I don't even want to go to any of the songs that everybody else talks about. I would go to a song like "You Will Know,"
Okay.
the Black Men United uh mass choir, as I call them, for the
I love it,
Jason's
bro.
Lyric soundtrack.
I love that song, bro.
And so for me, one of the things that I loved, um, especially when it comes down to his parts, was on the first hook when it goes, "You will know, you will know,
Yeah.
you will know." Like those are the elements that I look for, and it's like, okay, yeah, like that's when you can capture somebody
Yeah.
in this whole entire this mass choir of men,
Right.
of lead singers and groups,
Right.
and still find a way to carve out your niche where I can't wait to hear this part.
Right. You know, Bim. So Ron said, listen, I agree. Sounds great on a record, but I think he is horrible live. Terrible. Sounds like scratching on a backboard, bro. He's not the only.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
yeah.
some people are just not live singers. And
Right.
I don't know what happened because I hate to say I agree because I mean I'm such a fan of Mint Condition. I'm such a fan of Stokely. When he came out, um, for the first Mint Condition album, um, the first album and the second
Are
album,
you free, girl? Oh, free to be with me. That album.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like even like Let Me Be the One, and
Yeah.
like you had all these songs that I was just like, wow, this guy's incredible.
Yeah.
And then to see like, of course, you know, promo runs and stuff like that. Once they start pushing the albums, they
Right.
go on shows and they have to sing live, and they
Yeah.
sing live, and it's like undeniable. Like this guy's amazing.
Right.
Somewhere along the way, there's a drop off, and
Wear and tear. Yeah.
yeah, man. But take nothing away from again what he used to do, because yeah, he used to tear it down. I used to love to like, and I think the one thing I miss now too are the shows like a Planet Groove,
Right.
where you would be able to get a live performance, an unplugged performance from um whatever hot acts are available at the moment. They've got to again they got to do their promo runs, so they're going to come to these shows and they're going to sing about two songs, but those two songs are going to be like, okay, yeah, this is why I'm buying the album. Um, and of course, thank you, YouTube, because now there are archives for things like live concerts and stuff like that, so you can get to dig in the crates
Right.
um, and catch these performances in full. And yeah, like he's one of those guys that when I first heard him, like I said, those first two albums, amazing talent.
Right.
But the years again, they can be unkind.
Yeah. Ralph Tresvant. Sounds terrible. I'm not,
Yeah,
but I have years of stuff. Well, he don't sound terrible. Let me. Ralph sounds like a man that's been singing his whole life. Let me just put it that way. Right. But even with that, so has Johnny. And Johnny, I don't know if I've ever seen. Now, I've seen Johnny out of hand. I've seen Johnny lose it, get caught up in a moment. And you're like, Johnny, relax, bro. Like there's Johnny Gill singing "Boys to Men" live, where he start running around the stage. I'm talking about you. I'm talking about like Johnny, relax.
Right.
Hold on, you you know. But I will say this though. There are some. I don't know if we could do. I don't know if it's just wear and tear, because I heard a Smokey Robinson thing from about 15 years ago. Smokey might have been about 65. Right, smooth as velvet, bro.
Yeah.
Smooth as velvet, right? Like when you hear Smokey Robinson, bro, you're like, man, if I could sing like Smokey Robinson, I'd have all the coochie and $100 bills from here to Malibu, bro. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
so cool story, right? Um, this was summer vacation '87.
Okay.
We're in Florida, Walt Disney World resort, and this was our second day in Florida. Um, we go from the Howard Johnson Hotel to Disney
Oh,
World.
you talking about Ooh So Fine? Ooh So Fine. So
Yeah,
fine. Go, you mind? That Howard Johnson or the
no,
hotel
I'm talking
show?
about the hotel
Oh,
thing.
okay.
But yeah, yeah, so I remember it was called the Blue Room, and
Okay.
it was like a aquatic setting, right? This is where we had lunch,
Okay.
and one of the live performances was Smokey Robinson,
Okay.
and and this is a song, "See You Again."
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
when I see you again. So I remember that he
Just to
performed the
just to
song.
just to see ya. Just
Yeah,
to see ya. Yeah. Just to see.
so he performs the song, and the song is amazing, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's a
Um,
song.
Now I remember what's so funny is, and this is like how good my memory can be at times, right? I remember this is I'm eating the first time I ever ate a chef salad
Howard
is
Johnson's.
while is while I'm watching Smokey Robinson sing this song and watching so many women lose their minds.
Candies. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and ladies are swarming as if this was midnight hour. My mom goes out and buys the album the moment we leave the moment we leave Walt Disney World.
Right.
And I mean, it's so funny. It's such a cool moment, but it's also one of those things where you look at it and it's like, again, um, I think it kind of solidified. Like if I could have one of those moments where I was like, this is what I want to do with my life.
Right.
That was one of them.
That is it. So for one, you can still do that with your life. Two, Smokey Robinson is special, bro.
Very.
He's got all the stuff. He's got all the stuff. He's the package, bro. He's got all the stuff that black women want a black man to be in a sense, right? Like, you know what I'm saying? The aesthetic stuff, like the funny color eyes, the curly hair, the smooth skin, the smooth talking voice. Like there are some singers whose voices are fucked up. Bro, you ever heard some of these people that sing, bro? You ever heard a natural speaking voice, bro?
Yeah.
Like Barry White, you really used to talk like that? You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
it's crazy.
You know, no, hey, God bless the dead too, by the way. Right, you know what I'm saying? But man, like some people's like what's the dude that used to get the R&B singer that used to go in and out of prison? Gee, Life Jennings, is that his name?
Yeah, yeah.
You ever
I know
heard him?
exactly what you mean. Yeah,
You
he has
ever
like a
heard him?
raspy.
Yeah, and then you hear him singing it's something different. Like,
Yeah,
oh, yeah, okay, okay. I'm trying to think of a
yeah. He
female.
talks with a he talks with a real gruff voice,
Yeah,
and it's like, yeah, I can see why you've been to prison for
yeah.
what he says. It's like for stealing women's hearts, because I don't understand.
The difference. Like you ever heard Fantasia's real talking voice?
Yeah,
She sounds like one of those squeaky toys. And you like, mm.
very Macy Grayish.
Oh, Macy Gray is oh my God, bro. I don't know if you can date Macy Gray, bro. Macy Gray is the one that's got the man voice, right? Am I correct on that, or am I wrong?
Yeah, she's got like that. It's very distinctive. You can definitely pick it out of a crowd for sure. I don't know if it's really mannish, but it's very like I guess a cross between nasally and gravelly,
It's very,
like
it's very,
scratchy.
yeah, it's very, you know, 10 to 20 years, you know what I'm saying, get out in 7 type voice. Is very Orange is the New Blackish type voice. You know what I'm saying? In my
Yeah,
opinion. No disrespect to her. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to her, right? But yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's one of them things, man. Like, wow, what in the what is it? What?
you know who else kind of has that voice too? Khalees.
Oh, Khalees. She's got that like inner city yelling for a cab voice. Like it's
Right,
gravelly with female at the top. Hey!
right.
Like it's gravelly and femaleish at it. It's gravelly and extra feminine
Gravelly
at
and
the top.
nasally. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
like it might be cute at first time she speaks. It's like ask for her name.
But
It's
yeah,
cute, but then we try to have a conversation. Be like, you know what?
yeah. Let's just do sign language.
Yeah, just write down your answers.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. But yeah, yeah, man. So Smokey to me is like the total package. Like when it comes to certain stuff. So even if he wasn't a great performer, people are just like, yo, man. Oh man, yo, do we have an intro for him? I don't think we have an intro for this dude, man. This is crazy. Okay, what's up, boss?
What's up? I'm like Brother Darkness right now.
Darknesses.
Darkness is.
It's crazy out here, man. Out here in these streets, these R&B streets.
These are.
What's
you doing,
happening,
bro?
fellas?
Ain't nothing to it.
What's going on? How you feeling?
Hanging out, man. Not too. I call myself trying to be proactive, not reactive, and it backfired on me. I had to come out and get some cash, but since I'm not used to, that's. You ever realize that you're different from everybody else, and something has to show you how different you are?
Yeah.
I stay in the crib a lot. I don't go out a lot. And then when I move, I just put stuff on my card or whatever. I don't really travel with cash.
Right.
So I said, you know what? I got to do something early in the morning. Let me come out now and get the cash. I didn't realize that a lot of these banks, now they shut down. You can't even use the ATM after a certain hour. I can't even get cash if I wanted to.
Wow.
Whatever.
Making moves, y'all. Gotta get the cash. Gotta get the dough. Making moves, y'all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
man.
That's that R&B money, baby. Oh, see what I did there, DSJ?
Bam,
I
bam,
see it.
Anyway, how
Maybe
you
I
fellas
deserve.
doing? Ah,
good.
right.
Yeah, I'm dragging DSJ into a morphing debate. He doesn't know it yet right now, but I'm dragging him into a debate about is R&B dead because people can't sing, but he don't know
Ooh.
that yet. So we're moving. Oh, let me change it. Let me change it. And you notice how I said morphine, how it morphs. Um,
Uh-huh.
I think people. I think soul music has vanished. Let me put it that way. Right. I think soul music. I think music now has no soul whatsoever. Right. Like music doesn't touch us in a way like it used to. Like for me, when I used to buy records, right, put that record on. When like the first time I called myself liking a girl for real, and I put that song on, I keep hearing footsteps, baby, in the dark. And then dudes like, harmonizing in the back. Or say if you're in your 40s, if you're in your 40s, early 50s, the time when you bought that new edition Heartbreak album and you let it play through with all the fast songs. Because if it isn't love, why not? And then it gets to the other side, saying it flip and then it start playing the other side, and then you hear Sunny Days, Everybody Loves Them, and you're like, holy crap, they got something back here too. And then you hear I'm Coming Home and Boys to Men, and you're like, oh my God, this music is moving me in a place I didn't expect it to. I didn't expect to be moved like that. I expected to dance. Oh, I want to dance with somebody. I expected that throughout.
All right.
And then come to find out on the other side of this album, these dudes are talking about singing a song about being lonely on the road and being misunderstood, and everybody thinks they're players because everybody's throwing their panties at them, but all they want to do is get back to Boston, Massachusetts, so they can be with their girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? And you get moved in a way that's unexpected. I heard the other day, I heard Young Thugger freestyle.
Why, Freezy? Why?
Who?
Young Thug. I heard a Young Thug freestyle. I
On
watched it.
purpose?
Yep. You ever heard of accidentally on purpose? So I did it on purpose and found out it was an accident.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
So you go from that mindset of music used to move you in a way where there was a connection and it moved you. Like for some, say for instance, if you're in say 1987 ish, say you're 17, right? Say you're 17, say you're the same age as New Edition when this song comes out, right? Coming home, or singing a song about the pains of life and the world forces you to be a man even though you're still at that boy age. You're singing about boys to men growing up faster than you really should, right? Like say your mom live in the projects and say she don't work, she just get a check. No, I'm not judging nobody. What I'm saying, just drawing out an illustration. Say she don't work, she just take care of the kids. She get her little assistants or whatever, and it's everybody in it. But you have a talent. Say you can shoot ball, or say you can sing, right? And then you wind up taking that talent and having to take care of that family. And you're 18 years old. You're like the man of the house. And New Edition is singing about that, and it just connect with you right away. Or say that's not your family, but you just connect with that. You know what I'm saying? You just feel that. right? And then the other day I heard a Young Thug freestyle.
That definitely takes you in a different direction, Freezy.
Yeah. DSJ, you see what you see what I'm getting at? Like I think that, like, for instance, DSJ appreciates R&B, right? And Soulfigure appreciates R&B. I like the music of R&B. I just think the singers of the last few years are just, outside of the Marvin Gaye sounding dude, I think everybody else is mid.
Well, I think the problem really is that the music lacks vulnerability.
Okay.
So nobody really speaks to the emotional aspect of love. It's all about the physical. So if all it is the physical, if that's all you're getting from it, then this is gonna last for that moment and that's it. Nothing is
Right.
gonna stick with you because emotional is a lasting feeling.
Right.
And so when that with that bravado, with that machismo being the conceptual aspect of song making now, there is no longer a room for feeling.
Hmm.
I agree with that. I think that is like 100% what is happening, what's going on with the music. Today, people just, they don't value love the same way. It's not something they aspire to be in. Everybody just wants to have a good time, and they want to talk about having a good time. That's pretty much it. So, yeah, it sucks because, and I like how you rephrase the question, Freezy, because there is good, there's R&B music today that's okay, right? And sorry if it's a little loud out here. I'm walking right next to an intersection that's crowded. There's a lot of R&B music that's okay now, but there's a difference in the making of the music as what we're talking about. I don't have that feeling. Like, I could put on an R&B song that's, hold on, it's loud out here. Give me a second.
Okay.
I could put on an R&B song that's done really well, produced really well. The lyrics are thoughtful lyrics, and the person who's singing the song, yeah, definitely them Brooklyn streets.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Brooklyn.
I'm holding it down.
Shout out to Brooklyn, New York.
So, the person singing the song could have one of the best voices ever. And when I hear that song, it moves me different. Like, I feel like, I don't know, when I hear a really good song, when I listen to it, I get like butterflies.
Right.
That's the only way I can explain it. And I just know it. I haven't had a butterfly in years, so I can't tell you what that feeling would be like. I don't think any of this new music could bring that out of me. So,
Right.
yeah, it's definitely different.
Right. That's one of the things I keep stressing to DSJ, and I don't say that intentionally to spark a debate, right? Or I don't say that intentionally to seem as if I always have to have my way. What I'm saying to somebody that is a R&B artist is that I heard a song called After the Love Is Gone when I was 12 years old, right? I danced to it at our 6th grade social. And it meant something because the girl I asked to dance, I liked her. You know what I'm saying? And she liked me back. And we danced to that song. Mr. Williams played that song back to back. The first time we was the only ones on the dance floor dancing to it, right? Because the dudes, all the boys was like, ew, man, I ain't dancing that song. That song, ew, that's an old man song, right? And then he played it again, and then that was a cue. Then it was like, yo, if I want to grab me some booty, I better take her on the floor to this song. You know what I'm saying? You're not 6th graders, so you 12. 11, 12. You know how you think all weird, right? But then now, like 43 or so years later, or however many years later it is, you know what I'm saying? 50, 40, whatever many, however, whatever, right? When I think about that song, I don't miss that dance, but I do miss that feeling of what songs do to you. Right? Like I
Yeah.
don't miss that. I don't miss that lady. I miss that song moved you in a way that you know the first time you heard it, that song was special. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Like Keith Sweat song, I'll give all my love to you.
Oh yeah. New Jack
Like,
City soundtrack, right?
yes. That song means a lot to me because um at my junior high school prom, that song came on, and I danced with this girl that I really liked at the time, and that song came on, and that gave me, I don't know, I had the courage to ask her to dance, and so that was a moment that I don't forget. I mean, she wound up marrying one of my friends, but that's besides the point. Anyway, um, um, then what I used to do late at night when I used to go to sleep is, like, I was one of those people that I used to either listen to sports radio and I would go to sleep listening to sports radio, or I'd listen to like Light FM or something. And so it was either Light FM or WBLS because I would switch. But they had like, that rotation of songs, and that I'll give all my love to you came on every single night around the same time, right
Right.
before I was going to bed. It made me love the song even more because I was so used to hearing it.
Right.
So yeah, it's like stuff like that gives you a special vibe. Even if you don't get, if the song is a little bit more up tempo and you don't get butterflies from it. Like, I remember when Every Little Step came out, I was in class. I was in eighth grade, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was in eighth grade, and somebody was playing the song outside in the park, and we heard it in the classroom, and everybody was kind of like at their desk jamming to it, and so it gave the whole feeling like that song is like something different. I'm like, oh yeah, this is pretty like it connects in a certain way. It makes you feel something about a song. I don't feel like that about today's music. I don't have no connection to anything.
Right. Right. And no matter what, like okay, so I'll give you an example. I listened to an album by this artist called Her, hoping that there'll be something to it. And when I heard it, it sounded just like the album from the lady that had that song Boot Up. Something Boot Up.
LMA.
Element, yeah. So it sounds just like an LMA album. And I was like, man. And I know people would say, well, doesn't a Sade album give you the same vibes as a Anita Baker album? No. Do they sing, similar tempo songs about the same subject? Probably. But is it the same thing? No. You feel me? Like, I just don't get it, bro.
Well, I mean, I know you like to tear down Tank whenever I bring his name up, but this is why, like, he is necessary. And I'll give you a prime example, right? Um, and I always talk about signature songs, and he has two of them that are in that vein. Maybe I Deserve, and Please Don't Go.
Right.
Those two songs speak to the vulnerability of putting your pride to the side and asking for another chance at love.
Right.
And I think with those elements, those are the things that are missing today. Because now you have Chris Brown telling you there's no guidance and that they're not loyal.
Right.
Trey Songz might try to bring it back with "Sex Ain't Better Than Love," but then he'll turn around and tell you it's bottoms up and say "ah." And to the record, to the point of what Julian Blum is saying too, we have to hold the industry accountable in terms of that. And when I say that, I'm not talking about just the record company. I'm talking about the record company and the radio that promotes the agenda.
The Viacom, the Universals, yeah.
Right, because again, those songs still exist in the world, but they're not promoting those songs. They will promote the physical over the emotional,
Right.
and they'll let you know that, hey, listen, this is the winner right here. This is the one. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and get Offset from the Migos to spit a verse and watch this thing go through the roof, because their concern is the business, the music business is the agenda for them. Your feelings are a byproduct of the business.
Right.
The agenda is make money.
Right.
Fuck feelings, make money. Shout out to Junior Mafia. But at the end of the day, like that's really that's their thing. So as an artist, the artist is so focused on the creation that and I liken it to like Julius Randle, right? Because there's an emphasis on showing versatility. I don't have to sing just about this aspect of love. I can sing about this one as well. Right? I can showcase other thought processes and thoughtful understandings of the whole gamut of the emotions of love,
Right.
or whatever R&B is supposed to be talking about, the vibes, the positive vibes or whatever, right? But when that becomes the emphasis, where's the feeling?
Hmm.
I'm so busy just trying to show you that I got the talent that you're not even looking at, well, what about that feeling?
Right. Hey, I'll be right back, boss. Be right back.
Yeah, sure. So I think in essence, that's really one of the things that is kind of hurting the conversation as far as R&B right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's, again, the emphasis is more about the physical. We just want to make sure that we're pushing the agenda of celebrating sex. That's why there's such a high concentration of conversations about sexuality. Let's push those agendas and talk about everything physical, and not enough conversation about the emotional aspects. Right. Prime example. One of the songs that I rock with, right? And yeah, it's more of a catchy tune, but if you listen to what it's saying, I Belong to You by Rome. Initially, you're probably just kind of you're caught off guard by the melody. Every time
I like that. I like that
it makes
song.
me wanna sing. Yeah, it's just melody, right? But when you listen to the lyrics, especially to the hook part of it, right? I belong to you. I'll give all my love to you. And
Right,
its
right.
simplicity, it's still like, wow, like you're still kind of like taken aback, because this went from being one of those catchy tunes to a captivating song.
Right.
And
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
with that in mind, again, those are the elements that are missing in today's music.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's sad. I don't know. You know, um, it, it it's you don't want it to continue to stay the same way. You hope that it starts to rebound, but it really it shows you a lot about today's music and how they don't put a value on not even just love music, but R&B music in general as to the impact that it used to have on people. I mean, like outside of like today's music, there's everything is about the turn up, and there's R&B music that people like to listen to. The ladies like to listen to before they go out or when they're in the club to turn up, but it's not like old R&B music was something like you like to hear. It reminded you of special times with your loved ones, but with your family. It's like all these different moments that R&B music provided for people. We don't have the. What's the last cookout R&B song you heard recently?
Mm.
Can't you can't call it because it's just the music is just so different
See,
now.
because
People
That ain't
don't
part
they're
of
dance.
R.
not.
Kelly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It exists. It exists in the world.
Right.
Not even just the love aspect of it is gone. It's also just the family fun aspect is gone too.
Right.
It's just it's not about that anymore, and it's a shame. And another thing that made me think about it too is obviously DSJ mentions it, and I mention it when I have a chance too because we both watch it. Like the R&B Money podcast for a person who loves R&B music and has an opportunity to be exposed to all these different writers and producers and showing you the makings of how these songs that you loved were made. To have a show like that and to continue to bring out all these great guests that have been behind so many fantastic projects, they don't even have 1 million subscribers. I don't even know if they're at 600,000 or 500,000. Like, and that's a shame to me that it's just, but you look at your local, YouTube couple doing pranks on each other and they've got millions of you. Like, it just shows you how the value of R&B music is just not there.
Right. Those are my cousins, by the way.
What? Who?
Those are my cousins. You
Oh,
talking about you talking about the black guy and the white girl?
no, what? Who?
Yeah, the couple that does pranks on each other.
Oh, yeah. Oh, those are your cousins? That's the ones I was talking about. That's them.
I'm asking because if you're talking about it, let me ask Miss Mocha because I think we're related.
Hmm. Look at this. Deep down in the rabbit hole. I mean, I unfortunately have the bad viewing habits of watching a lot of YouTubers and prank stuff. So I'm sure I watch a lot more than just those two. If there's a two that I know.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, I mean, again, and I think the beautiful thing, and see, one of the things that I think is a problem as well is in terms of the business, the music business itself, the people that are in charge have no idea how to create from this from this space, right? So, for instance, a Mike City, who is well known for producing and co-writing "I Wish" and "Heard It All Before," um, produced for like Anthony Hamilton and Dave Hollister. He transitioned over to making music in terms of sync licensing for media. So now it's movies and TV shows. But wouldn't he be better served in one of these major label offices, helping to cultivate the talent, helping to navigate the talent, to propel them into their best version? Especially since I mean, it's not like he doesn't lack expertise. I mean, for crying out loud, again, look at what I just gave you. The guy had made a timeless song. He produced and co-written a timeless song like I Wish from Carl Thomas.
Yeah, yeah, 100%. I think so. I think that's the case. But that's the problem with the way the music business is nowadays. I mean, there's no even true A&Rs anymore. There's no artist development. So therefore, who's cultivating artists and telling them that this is the type of sound that is missing? This is what we need. How can we get to this sound? Who's pushing
You,
these
you know
artists
what?
to
You know
do
what
that?
happened?
Hmm.
You know what happened, Ron?
Algorithms.
This is yeah. I was gonna say your A&R departments are now analytics departments, so they don't have to go out and cultivate. All they have to do is see what everybody is buying and match that up with somebody that's producing the same thing. Go get that guy or girl. Give that person what they need. Put them in a weird contract. Like give them a production deal. Like, hey, we're gonna give you $1 million for you to produce an album. And you know what the artist does with that $1 million?
Mm.
They don't go start an annuity so that they can take care of themselves long term. They go buy jewelry and buy a house. Right?
Yeah.
They don't
And
even
7
buy,
cars.
yeah, and they don't even buy the house, right? They don't even buy the house. They okay, Miss Mocha is trying to shove this thing. You want to be on the show?
No.
You want to be on the show?
Oh yeah, did you find out who the couple is?
Oh, geez, Ron, you and Miss Mocha on the same side? Really?
Mm.
Y'all working together?
Mm.
So the so the thing is, wow, they have 1.6 million subscribers, boss. Can't take this back.
Mm.
I'm frustrated. Vibes has 293, and I'll be watching every day to see if we get a new subscriber. Bro, so yeah, so it's called what is it? Vienna sausage?
No.
Sienna Kendall?
Yeah.
Sienna Kendall. Those are people.
Hmm.
Sienna Kendall.
Oh.
Right.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't know them,
1.6.
but I will check the vibes.
Right.
Are there a couple that just broke up?
No. No, they just did a video 6 days ago. So they
Okay,
must have
then
broke up
yes.
unless they broke up last night.
Unless it was a video about them breaking up. No.
No,
No,
it's a couple that just I saw recently, and maybe one of the names was Ken or Kendall or something like that. So that's what kind of sparked that. But they were doing a whole video about how they broke up and what went wrong in the relationship. It's like, okay, all this for real. Like, I need a podcast on why you did it, why your relationship failed. I'm cool.
Right. Well, I was gonna say, man, to your point, I think you have an excellent point. Throughout, I agree though. At the beginning, though, if you have to provide an answer or a resolution, I think the resolution is artists empowering themselves in today's age where anybody can press the button and broadcast for the universe. I don't think you need a record company.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you need to get you a tax ID number, start your own entity, right? Start your own business. You are the corporation. If you're an artist, you become the corporation. You don't even need YouTube. YouTube is just to make YouTube is like when soda first came out and everybody was drinking Coca-Cola, right? Everybody drinking Coke because they know no other flavors, right? But as time went along, other flavors and either other companies also selling cola came out, right? So, man, listen, if I could sing, bro, I'd be Freezy Inc. You know, work on my own distribution. Because here's the thing: if you go to a streaming service, trust me, I know, right? I'll give you an example, and this is not me talking shit, but this is just me telling everybody where I am, right? So I have a New York Knicks basketball channel. It's actually Knicks and Mets, but so many Knicks fans came in, they took it over, right? Knicks fans just took over the channel. Lawrence, the reason why it's not the Happy Knicks Fan podcast is because it's blue and orange for Knicks and Mets, right? But Knicks fans came in, they bum rushed to go took it over, right? There are people that occupy that New York Knicks space, right? And they appear on the surface to have a bigger channel than me because they have such and such thousand subscribers more than me, right?
Mm-hmm.
While I'm competitive with them, or maybe not competitive with them, on YouTube, where my thing set itself apart from other channels is that I'm getting $1.47 per download doing the audio podcast, and this is just a secret between us and us watching Vibes. So whether I get on YouTube or not, right? I have somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,200 to 1,700 downloads a month, and they're paying me, and I'm going to get paid $1.47 each month for doing it. And I'm putting that out there. And then when I compare that to the check that I get from YouTube, I'm like, okay, here's the YouTube check. Here's the audio podcast check.
It don't even compare.
Why do YouTube? Why am I on YouTube? For all the thumbnails, the YouTube descriptions, the hours and hours and hours on YouTube, just rocking. Why? Right? And the reason is it's as simple as if I go away from YouTube, the people that are with me on YouTube, I might not ever see them again. Right? Unless they come over to the other side. Right? Whereas I have 1,200 to 700, 1,700 people that routinely that look out for my stuff, all my stuff on YouTube. I'm doing an audio podcast. They're downloading it. They're subscribed to whatever page, whether it's Spotify, wherever they do it at. Right? I get $1.47 every time they click the download button. That's how they support. Right? On YouTube, I'm forced to read super chats that may not even go with the theme of the show. I could be talking about Mitchell Robinson's background story and somebody's super chat, Fire Tips. Thank you for the generous contribution, such and such as Fire Tips.
Right.
Sorry.
You feel me? And so if you're and I'm sorry, if you're a Knicks YouTuber and understand my struggle, for those of y'all watching, y'all understand what it is. Sometimes I'm just leaning back in the chair, I'm like, do I really have to be here? You know what I'm saying? The reason why I have that thing, it's not a fan interaction thing. It's a YouTube thing, right? It's the same thing for these artists that are signed to these big deals with these major companies who they owe money to, and the only place they make money is in live performances. It's the same thing. Like these. I heard Noriega break it down. He was like, "Yo, they give you an advance. Your record was a flop. You still owe them that $800,000, right? You still owe them that $800,000, right? Then they give you another advance for a second album because the first album had a fire song on it. It just didn't make any money, right? So they give you 1.2 for you to do it again. And then the second album has 2 fire joints on it, has some hood classics on it, but people still don't buy the album. Guess what? You owe the record company $2 million. And now, sure, you can tour and make the money back to pay the company back. You know what I'm saying? Set up a payment plan. Hey, listen, I'm paying y'all $10,000 a month for such and such amount of years just so that I can have my name back. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So these artists, instead of going through all of that, instead of shooting for the moon and being amongst the stars, my personal thing is build your own name, be your own entity, right? Be your own company. Don't depend on anybody, right? You know what I'm saying? Like the thing I say, man, is, and I told DSJ about the idea that I have. I won't share it here. That's just, but if you feel like you have talent, trust in your talent. Don't let the record company give you a check for $800,000 so that you can be, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I got signed to such and such. I got signed to Def Jam. It don't matter who name on the check. You still owe whatever company, Universal, UMG, Sony, they gonna cut the check. It's gonna be similar, $800,000, and you gonna owe that record company that $800,000.
Right.
And you're gonna have to pay all your stuff. You got a band? Well, I'm not cutting $800,000 to each member of the band. Y'all gonna have to split that money. Now you're like, well, do I really need a band now? Well, those are your homeboys. Y'all came up in a chitlin circuit together. Now you got to fire your homeboys because you want to keep most of the money for yourself. It's not fair, but it's life. You know what I'm saying? And so when you fake, and then on top of all of that, I cut you a check for $800,000 when you were 16 years old. You are going to give a 16-year-old $800,000 all at one time and expect that person to be responsible with it.
It's crazy. It's a crazy way of thinking.
Yeah, it's a lot of yeah. And for people that think I'm exaggerating, do you know how old Gladys Knight was when she started with the Pips? 16 years old. 16 years old. Yeah. My bad, DSJ. I didn't want to be the wet blanket, bro.
No, by all means. I mean, this is great conversation. I think that this has to be said in terms of understanding options, viable means and various ways of making an impact. So by all means, now there's no hijacking anything. This was needed conversation. And with that in mind, I think that also answers some questions. It begs some, but it also answers some as well. Because this becomes a level of patience and understanding. People will want immediate results, and when they don't see it, they start to question themselves. So it's a conundrum, you know. It's trying to figure out the next step. But you know, again, that's how it goes. That's the business as it stands.
Right. Oh, and my bad. I didn't see because I was out there in the streets. Appreciate you, King Ribby. Yeah, thank you. I would have went to the ATM, but you know, unless I really have to, I don't trust these ATMs. I've been a victim of identity theft 3 times. I'm like, I'm cool on them ATMs at the bodegas,
Right.
but I hear you though. Yeah, I mean, it really does stink, and I think I think your point is really valid, Freezy. Like these artists, you know, they have the power, especially the ones that aren't signed to major labels. They have the power to do all this on their own and put the type of music out there that they wanna, you know, be you know, tied to. It's a shame though that these algorithms, and no matter what you do, whether it be any type of business, all they do is try to maximize on the potential of what is known, right? It's
Right.
not no cutting edge stuff. Usually these algorithms and analytics just quantify what's already in front of them. It's not about, oh, what's the chances that if somebody does this, it'll be successful and they'll do it, because that's too risky, and that's not dollars and cents for businesses. But that's where as a consumer, especially when it comes to the music business, that's where I'm interested, because I'm like, if the algorithms and analytics would look at what's missing from the current genre of music, then I think in the end we all have a better product. But yeah, it's just capitalizing on what's already out there, and how can we push more of that out there? And that's part of the reason why I guess I don't really even listen to a lot of the music that's out, that's even outside of R&B, because there's a lot of industry plants and stuff that, I don't, it's just too much crap out there.
Right. Especially some of these young rappers where you find out years into their career that these dudes were A+ students in school. Mom and dad probably worked for the Pentagon, or the reason why they have a Caribbean background is because their mom and dad were delegates in some Caribbean consulate, and they were born there. You know what I'm saying? They A+ students, right? Very great, very good with the ink pen, right? And so you find out that these guys are Malibu's most wanted, right? But they put this thing in your mind like they're gangsters. And listen, Ice Cube was one of them. Ice Cube wasn't a gangster. Ice Cube wasn't the dude in the street doing all that stuff. But Ice Cube looked the part. His ink pen game was phenomenal, right? Ice Cube came out straight out of Compton, crazy, all this stuff, right?
Mhm.
Come to find out, Ice Cube lived down the street from them dudes. Come to find out, Ice Cube was a gangster adjacent. When he got the opportunity to be his real self, Mo, I don't hate Ice Cube, Miss Mocha. I don't hate Ice Cube, okay? We gotta relax. All I'm saying is when Ice Cube got the opportunity to be him real self, you know what he did? He wrote Friday. And he said it. He was like, yo, people think the hood is like such and such and such. The hood is really like that movie Friday.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean,
And just so you know, Freezy, I did, that's family. I do know that. I have watched their YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube.
right. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, what can I tell you? Yeah, I mean, this is true. There's a lot of that. Even some of the artists are more candid these days. They talk about how the whole industry is fake. It's all sensationalized. It's all about selling records and promoting images. We knew it, but now it's even more prevalent. We hear it even more. Like these artists are ratting themselves out and saying how fake it is.
Right.
A lot of times it was said, but there was still people that were like believers, like, no, that, they just hate it and stuff. But over time, I think when it really became a situation where people was like, yeah, well, that's definitely the case. Rick Ross was probably on the radar for being, the killer that's a corrections officer. Yeah, he was he was a good example of that.
Right. And then you get these dudes that co-sign their main job. They're a plant. And because every time you hear them talk, they push up the money train. Yo, I was with Fifth. Fifth had the shotty in his lap. Fifth is so thorough. Fifth. Every time, yo, Fifth. And I'm like, yeah, he the plant. That's him. His job is to make sure he keep the money train going. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not pointing out a specific person, right? right? But their whole job is to get on the internet and be like, yo, and Fifth had saw Ja, and he was like, yo, Ja, Fifth did this, and Fifth did, and you like, nah, bro, nah, ain't none of that. Some of that stuff might be real, but a lot of that stuff is hyper fluffed, fake gangster stuff. And I know the streets are real, right? I know the streets are real. I know the streets are real. I don't deal in that kind of stuff. For the people that do, hey man, we all live different lifestyles, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for the ones that are getting paid to put sensationalized videos out here, like Fifth had the shotty in his lap, and Fifth was gonna bust the whole. Fifth ain't scared of nobody. You like, yeah, okay, yeah. I know.
But that's the culture, Freezy. That's what we live in. That's what not only do we live in it, but we applaud it.
Right.
We condone the behavior. Not us specifically, but the generation that's in front of us. This is what they like. Obviously, I have the NBA wrap up in which we're talking about the NBA and part of the show, and the second part of the show we're talking about hip hop, and we like to put talent out there and showcase people who might have some talent and put them on display. But as I go through this whole thing, and now I'm on Instagram and I'm on these different sources trying to find talent, there was this one rapper that I saw, and I'm like, I heard him rapping, and I'm like, this guy got talent. I mean, he's spitting some bars, right? And then I went to see his page, and I kid you not, I could not find one. And this guy got like 60, 70 posts. I could not find one post where he's not holding a wad of cash in the video. Like, what is happening here? Every post, he's got a stack of money next to him. It's on the bed. It's on the floor. He's on the kitchen. He's cooking. It's a wad of money right now. Yeah, I can't.
Right.
Do it.
Right. He probably don't want to even do that, but the hip hop culture expects him to do that. Expects him to prove that he's not broke, that he is Scarface.
Right.
He's not Scarface. Because the dude that you see walking around with their life savings in their hand is a broke dude. If you got your whole life savings in your hand, 2 years or 10 years from now, he's gonna be wishing to have that money back.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. DSJ, what about the talent aspect of it? DSA must have stepped away.
Oh wait, I think he's coming in and off mute.
Yeah, I was saying that as far as the talent goes, that doesn't exist anymore. Now it's about gimmicks. You gotta have a gimmick. That's why everything is labeled now. There's just no more purity in music, and I think that's kind of where, again, with the independents, that's why you don't hear them as much on the radio.
Right.
Because you gotta have a gimmick. And it's funny because I'll reference some movie like The Five Heartbeats that'll tell you that this is exactly what happened to them the whole time. Flash and the Four Horsemen.
Right.
The cousins that always had this ambition to be a part of the industry. And shout out to Bobby McGee, and for being a part of that. But that was the thing that pushed it. Like, Craig Robinson from Daddy's Little Girls. Who?
Different Craig Robinson?
Yeah, we're talking about Craig Robinson with the fro, the comedian with the fro,
Okay.
and how he was talking about how if you heard of 50 Cent, well, I'm 40%, aka 40p, Julia, I'll never make a fool of you. You got to have a gimmick, and that's the agenda now. Now it's about gimmicks. It's about selling the product. We're not selling the artist. We're selling the product. We're no longer talking about the artist as an artist. We're talking about them as a brand.
Right. Mm.
Everything is business related, and so with that in mind, yeah, that's why with the stock the same.
So
We're
now we're
not going
talking
to get
about
the
Jim
same
Jones, and so now we're talking about Jim Jones and them now.
right. And then notice that it's not even a conversation about the actual art anymore. It's about everything pertaining to something else. So with Jim Jones might have like a segment um, on social media talking about the weatherman, where he's talking about his outfit for the day and how it coincides with the weather.
Right.
But you're a musician. What happened to the music? Forget that. Here's the gimmick. We're gonna push that instead.
Right.
Again, the biggest artists, and you notice how the biggest artists now are doing deals with brands. So Cardi B has a sneaker deal with Reebok.
Right.
Now she's not the first in line, you know what I mean? I mean, 50 Cent and Sean Carter existed at the same time in 2003, but this is the focus now. At that time, it was about mixing the business with the music. Now it's about, no, we're going to overpower, and everything is about the gimmick. We're pushing the gimmick and hoping that that sells, because the music business itself doesn't make as much money as we want it to.
You know what I'm gonna say to that, man? I don't claim to know everything about the music business, but I know quite a lot about business, right? These arts and things are not just about these arts and things. It's about a thing called consumerism, right?
Absolutely.
It's about consumerism, right? The reason why um, record companies, want a certain type artist on the radio is because advertisers want to advertise during peak hours, and artists bring listeners and ears to the radio, right? So if I'm selling laundry detergent, right? If I'm selling laundry detergent, right? I don't care nothing about poor righteous teachers talking about empowering their communities. I want the most ears possible to hear the commercial that runs before or after it. Right. So what we don't understand, like one of the things that we don't understand is that the arts and entertainment are the commercial for the commercials. That's all it is. We have as consumers, we think, what I'm saying, watching TV, what I'm saying, is a such and such thing because of such and such. Nah, advertisers want to get eyes on their product to sell certain goods. Because even if DSJ's song, say if DSJ wrote a song called Three Little Birds, don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is going to be all right. Say DSJ wrote that song, Three Little Birds, right?
Don't worry.
Right. So even if DSJ wrote that song as somebody that sells cars, say Uncle Freezy Tri-State Cadillac, I don't care nothing about DSJ's song, not in that sense. The most important thing is for the New York Tri-State area to see my commercial, and a large portion of people to come down to one of my spots, one of my Cadillac spots in the New York tri-state area. Uncle Freezy Cadillac. The reason why I even have a jingle, right, is to attract people to come into Uncle Freezy Tri-State Cadillac. You know what I'm saying? But if you're your own entity, right, you'll have to drum up your own entities. You have to drum up your own audience slowly. Say when you first start your entity, all you got is 20 people. So what? Right? So what? You start off with 20 people, only 20 people listening. They spread the word. After a month, say it's 55 people. After 3 months, it's 200 people. After a year, it's 1,000 people, right? The next time, your next album you got that drops, right, with no overhead, right? If everybody buy it, man, you got 1,000 purchases, right? And then the people that missed the first go around, they be like, oh, he got another album out? Then they go back and listen to the first one. And then now maybe a third of those folks not only buy the new album, but they buy the old album that they had no idea existed. Right? So now your money is growing, your brand is growing exponentially. Now it won't grow as fast, or it probably won't grow as fast as it would if you were attached to a machine. But at the same time, the money that you make as your own entity is yours, whereas a record company gives you in advance.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
You know, I mean, if I'm an artist, man, I'm finding me a spot, and I'm going to perform in that spot 3 times a month, and I'm bringing in other artists. I'm gonna for some, I'm gonna charge them to take the stage, because if they're not good enough, they don't have a following. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing them a favor. So I say, charge them, yo, you get 5 songs, I'm gonna charge you $100. You know what I'm saying, to perform your song. Just put something on a light bill, because you're not contributing anything right away. Now, the bigger you get and the better you get, of course, we'll change the arrangement. But then, you know what I'm saying, because I gotta pay something for the in-house artist. It's what they do, bro. DSA, the idea that I told you about that I didn't want to say on the air, man, that's what Celine Dion is doing right now, bro. Celine Dion is doing that. She got it figured out. She ain't even got to put out no albums, bro. Think about it, if you're Boyz II Men, you don't even have to put an album out right now, bro.
Why would you?
Yeah, you ain't it. Why? Because you sell albums in order to make money, but why do that when everything in the house that's being sold, every Boyz II Men is on stage and they watching the waitresses walk around with them platters, because they know for every drink that's going to every table, they're getting a portion of that. Every drink, every big sizzling steak that goes to somebody's table, Boyz II Men is getting paid off that. Everybody that walked through the door, every time you see somebody scan it, get their phone scanned so they can enter because they have the virtual ticket, Boyz II Men getting a portion of that. And they're in one spot with no album, right? They're not out on tour. Everybody's coming to them to see them. And for every time somebody orders an extra order of cheese sticks, Boyz II Men is getting a portion of that. They winning, bro.
Lovely. Sounds lovely.
They're winning, bro. And then you got artists out here super talented, and they're like, but the man from Def Jam didn't call me back. Fuck them. Go get you a spot. Go get you. Say if you're an artist in Staten Island, man, get you a little spot in Staten Island. You know what I'm saying? Serve your wings and all this stuff. All this, have it be your spot. You call it R&B Money, right? Say it's the name of it is R&B Money. R&B Money first starts off with a crowd of, the first night it's only like 15 people. A year later, you turn the people away at the door, and now you can bring in artists in just Staten Island or New York City to come perform. Right? You can get New York City artists. You can bro. I started me a little thing in Staten Island, bro. I'm bringing in groups like Allure. Yeah, I remember Allure.
Mm-hmm.
I bring in me a little group like Allure to come in, break them off a little something. Like here's the thing. So for one night, we'll give y'all 8 G's plus a percentage of what we make. And they're like, 8 G's, we're a law, we're a national recording group. Okay, all right, cool. You don't have to do it. I'll get somebody else to do it. And they're like, did you say $8,000 plus? Yes,
Yeah.
for one night. And so they come in, they do their little 4-song set, they mingle with the crowd. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I'm saying, that way you can have the money come to you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
DSJ, and you know what else you do off that, bro?
Collect.
That too. But you know what else? You record it live on an app and charge people a subscription to the app, 99 cents a month, and you can see real R&B live. So you don't even have to be in the venue, right? But you got the app on your phone, 99 cents a month. You start off, you may have like 50 or so people. You're like, man, how am I pay for this app? But by the end of the year, you selling merch off your app. You say, yeah, bro. That's what I'm saying, man. I don't know, bro. The R&B conundrum is confusing to me, bro.
Makes sense.
Do I need a record deal? Do I need a 360 deal?
Of course not. And see, the funny thing is, to do a deal today has nothing to do with the money from the label as it does the resource from the label. So the label will push you because at the end of the day, you're an investment.
Right.
And the way they've maneuvered today is they're going to sign the hottest acts. So Benny the Butcher is a Def Jam artist, but him being a part of Griselda for such a long period of time, where he was able to move, become as big as a nationally recorded artist, where he's headlining tours,
Right.
as an indie, attracted Def Jam to come to him.
Right.
So now the deal's on the table. For one, any money that you give me is not an advance. It's a partnership.
Okay.
Because I'm bringing my brand over. I could, whatever you give me in contract, I could just give you the money for it right now. But what he's doing is, I'm going to utilize your resources. I might have a fan base in another country that I haven't reached yet. But with your push, with your machine, I can get to them. I might be great from this side of the world to Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australia might never have heard any of my music. So now here comes the major label with their major push, helping you to reach the rest of the world because you've only gotten but so far as an independent. But what they're looking at too is, again, to sign a deal with them is them knowing for sure that they're going to get their money back, period.
Right.
And it won't be a matter of, let's work out this payment arrangement. Let's work out some sort of payment plan. You ain't got my money. Do you have a plan on getting it back? Like, none of that conversation exists because you've already dealt with this person from an industry standpoint. He already exists in the world, in the industry. As an independent, he was successful. All you're doing is helping him reach another level of success. You're not introducing him to it. you're just opening the door just a little bit more. So he might have been able to sell out millions of records beforehand.
How many people
It's
exist in that space though?
it's not a lot. It's not a lot. And the funny thing is, a lot of times they'll already come from the whole we've made music as major label artists and the contract has been fulfilled. So now we're going back to the independent scene where they can make more money for themselves.
Okay, I got you.
They'll get released from Kevin Ross is a prime example of that. Kevin Ross was signed to Motown, put out an album, The Awakening. It did its numbers, but eventually he wasn't happy with the deal, wanted to leave. They said, "Okay, well, look, we'll let you go. We won't put up a fight. You basically recouped the money that we gave you, so we're good on our end." Now he's an independent artist. He's selling out tours. Now the crazy thing about it is you recognize the name because he was already part of a major label. So
Right.
now coming back to the independent scene, you've already established yourself with this major, so now they recognize the name anyway. So they don't care what the label is that you're a part of now. They just know, okay, that's the guy that did this song at this time with these people.
Right. Let me ask this, or let me state this. And I just want to state this for the record. The reason why McDonald's and entities like that thrive is not because Walmart sells or allows vendors to sell the best products in their stores, and McDonald's doesn't sell the best burgers. We all know that, and then we know for a fact McDonald's don't have the best employees, right? The reason why they're successful is because they're anchored, right? Freedom of movement is great in a sense, but the reason why McDonald's thrives is because McDonald's is the most prodigious landowner in the world. Every McDonald's you see is on the land that it's on, for the most part. I'm talking about a McDonald's, not an in-venue spot, right? That land that McDonald's is on is owned by McDonald's. So even if their burger is plain as hell, they can't sell, blah, 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 they break even. You know what that land is doing over the course of that time? Gaining value, right? It's just gaining value. That's what they do. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the royalty in Great Britain. They don't do nothing, bro. Have you ever seen them have a job? Prince Harry, have you ever seen them work at all, ever, on anything?
No.
Think about all the stuff that Great Britain goes through, right? Think about where was that royalty during World War I and World War II? Hiding, bro. Well, they should have, but you know why they are filthy rich and they will never go away? They are the most prodigious landowners in the world. All these places that we're talking about, man, it's owned by a certain royal family. And I don't want to get into politics or whatever. I'm just talking about the point of being anchored. The point of being anchored and connected to a certain thing. It's the reason why Boyz II Men now is making more money than they have ever made has nothing to do with their catalog being timeless. And
Right.
it has everything to do with them having a lower overhead and a mass of people wanting to come to them to see them. And everything in that venue that somebody swipes the card for, Boyz II Men is getting a portion of that. Same thing with Celine Dion. Because think about it, why would Celine Dion take a residence somewhere where she could be out and about touring all these different quadrillion venues, touring the world. It doesn't make sense for her. But for people that need exposure, say young up and coming artists,
All the sense in the world.
it makes all the sense in the world for them to go out and get in front of new audiences.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Hey, can I get away from this just real quick and tell y'all that Jay Dilla is overrated?
Wow.
Oh man, is Bully in the backstage or something? Because
No. Bully is under the weather.
yeah, I'm sure that comment made him sick to his stomach even more.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, you probably just doubled that sickness. Yeah. Sheesh.
How?
Well, look, I'm gonna say I don't know. I'm not the best person to really have this conversation with. I realize that Jay Dilla apparently is very talented, and he gets all types of praise amongst those who know. I will say that I think that from what I've heard, from like when you talk about real music production, apparently Jay Dilla is a maestro because there's people who know how to produce. They put together things in a certain way. Jay Dilla can do it from scratch, from nuts to bolts, and I think that's why he gets a lot of praise. And just the way he hears sounds, the way he can hear things that other producers can't. Now that being said, I also during the time that Jay Dilla was really in his heyday, I didn't listen to a lot of Jay Dilla music. You know, I love Slum Village, this one
Yeah.
song that they had, but I didn't listen to Slum Village's album, so I can't say a lot about that. He's just one of those that kind of went under the radar for me, and I've learned more about him as since he passed away. But I really don't know.
Is Jay Dilla in the same category as Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis?
No,
No, no,
Is
it's
Jay
impossible.
Jay Dilla in the same category as Teddy Riley?
No.
again, I think it's hard to put him in those type of categories because those guys are innovative. Um, Teddy Riley invented New Jack Swing,
Okay.
a subgenre he created. Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis perfected a sound that already existed in Minneapolis
Right.
and made it a part of the R&B landscape. It became almost like the architect to modern R&B at that time.
Mhm. Like I would
Wow.
put Jay
Jay Dilla
Dilla.
Jay Dilla is an incredible producer. Has done some phenomenal work, but there's no creation to his creation. You didn't
I,
reinvent anything. You didn't invent the wheel. You just made a contribution to this thing called music.
yeah, he just put some money in the collection plate. I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
What I'm saying is with Jay Dilla though, or with Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, is Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis made Minneapolis a more respectable place and sound for artists than Detroit, Michigan, right?
right.
There was a thing called the Motown sound, right? But if you really think about the Minneapolis sound, the SOS band, Alexander O'Neal, Janet Jackson, Prince, um, what's the dude? What's the big group with the band? All the dudes. Dudes got Jerry curls. Um, um, yeah, y'all know who I'm talking about. The lead singer got the weird voice.
Full force.
No.
No.
Full Force is from Williamsburg, I think. Um,
I don't know, dude. It's not the Force Indeed.
Ready for the World. Ready for the World.
Ready for the World. Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ready for the World. Mint Condition. Yeah, man, Minneapolis, bro. I only got like a few minutes, man. I gotta get out of here and wrap it up for the night, man, so I can do some stuff early in the morning. But what I will say,
Freezy.
oh, go ahead, my bad.
No, I think really all it comes down to it's a simple. It's very simple. As a connoisseur of music, as a consumer, we appreciate Jay Dilla for whatever music he made, but it's not in the forefront of our minds when in regards to other producers out there that have cultivated music and made such phenomenal bodies of work that we've just grown accustomed to, right? Where Jay Dilla's lore lies is other producers understanding how they make music and listening to how Jay Dilla makes music and realizing they can't do it the way Jay Dilla does it. And that's why he's grown so big amongst their ranks. Like his stardom has increased tremendously because of how other producers see him. I don't think it's
Right.
necessarily us as consumers listening to his music necessarily.
I think what you said is exceptional and spot on. I agree with you. But for the past month, that what you just said has been kicked and stomped on and thrown in the trash can because several people say Jay Dilla is the GOAT.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What I will do in fairness, let me see if I can do some of it tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do it over this week. I'm gonna try to dig in the crates and listen to some Jay Dilla and see what this is all about. I gotta go back and then listen to it to find out what it's all about.
Somebody told me with a straight face, Jay Dilla is better than Dr. Dre.
Is it semantics? Is it because the knock on Dr. Dre is where he can make a hit song that knows how to put together a phenomenal beat. The knock is that he don't know how to put together a song from scratch. He samples a lot of things. He does create the beats himself, but as far as other musical elements, it's samples and a lot of borrowing from different places where producing everything from nuts to bolts, they don't give him that credit.
Right. Well, all right.
But that don't take it like if we are in a studio together and it's a producer battle, Freezy versus Ron, and I produce everything like drums, snares, everything. I'm putting everything together. I'm in the background. I'm doing all this stuff. Freezy come out. He puts All About the Benjamin sample, and let's just assume that All About the Benjamins don't really exist, like something, whatever. And the song is fire. And my song is not as good, but I put it down from nuts to bolts. Yeah. There's a sound in the background. I'm scraping plates together.
Right.
It don't really matter how great of an instrumentation that was in my body of work if it don't stack up to the other song.
Right. Yeah, I
Sense
agree
and
with you.
sensibility.
Right. I agree with you on that part. Just want to tie one thing up real quick. DSA, the reason why I brought up the Whitney Houston thing, wow, it must have been like 2 hours ago. I can't believe it. The reason why I brought up the Whitney Houston thing, though, is I honestly feel like you're looking at one of the most talented people to ever do it. I don't feel like she reached her full potential. I honestly feel like we're looking at the Nas of R&B music. Because, listen, I messed around and was in the bathroom shaving my head, right? Just going over the top with the old raggedy razor and some cheap shaving cream and some cold water, going over my head, right? Doing everything wrong. And I hear my dog howling. Oh, I go in the room and it's Whitney Houston. And I'm like, yo, my dog is singing to Whitney Houston. And I call Mo, I'm like, Mo, come here. And I startle him and he stopped. And then so he won't do it. I play the video again and we're looking at him with the phone out because I want to catch it so I can put it on the internet, right? And so the song, I played the song again this time, like a day or two later. I played the song again. And I'm in the other room. I'm trying to catch him do it, right? And she starts singing, and doing her little high thing, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he starts howling to it again. And I'm like, this Whitney Houston song is Pitbull approved. Right. So I'm saying like, yo, is it all Whitney Houston songs or is it just that song? And it's just that song. Right. So now I'm like, well, maybe he right. Maybe Benny is right. Maybe Whitney does have that Boyz II Men, Michael Jackson element going on, where there is an absence of the soul element, but the singing is phenomenal. The singing is phenomenal, but nobody's going to confuse Whitney Houston's soul singing with Vesta, who, I ain't even gonna lie to you, they were out around the same time. And dollar for dollar, I think Sweet Sweet Love, I could put that up against any Whitney Houston pop song right now. Not the Congratulations joint. I know everybody likes Congratulations, right? Mm-hmm. the Heartbreak song, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm talking about a song called Sweet Sweet Love by Vesta. Mm-hmm. Man, I think that song should have sold 40 million copies, bro. But at the same time, we're dealing with, in that era, it wasn't the era for big girls. You had to be a little teeny popsicle model looking chick. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
In the image era. That was the image era where image was everything. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So DSJ, am I wrong in my assumption that Whitney Houston just didn't have any, she didn't connect on that soul-ular level, so to speak? Or am I reaching in?
I think there's an element that's correct. I think in terms of her songs, like her songs don't really have lasting power
right.
over her talent. Like her talent shines through.
Right.
And as a singer, that could be detrimental because you want every time to be, every time your label is dropping your Mavs content, there's a level of I'm trying to push this artist to be something bigger than what they are. The talent is obviously there, right? Whitney Houston has one of the most incredible voices, but I think in terms of her music, maybe one or two songs kind of push through and leave a lasting impression.
Right. And both of them are
remakes.
Yep. Yep. One is the national. Yo, you heard Whitney Houston, the national anthem?
Right. For the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Who hasn't? That's one of the best moments in history.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or even her I Believe in You and Me for the for the Preacher's Wife soundtrack. I don't know if that, see, this is where it gets tricky because I don't know if that's because the label has more to do with that than Whitney herself. Like she's just a talent. Like she's a hired gun. Like she's not there writing the records or helping to produce the records. They write the
Mhm.
songs, and here we want you to sing this.
Well, well, if you watch the Whitney Houston story, which one? If you watch the most recent one, that
The
was
good
the
one?
actual movie in theaters that Sissy Houston had a lot to do with the making of. If I'm to believe that that's the most true interpretation of how Whitney's life was, it seems like Whitney just wasn't that it outside of what she listened to, because she listened to hip hop, she listened to everything. But as
Right.
far as singing, it seemed like she didn't necessarily gravitate towards the most soulful type songs to begin with. Yeah, there was that point where she got the backlash and they tried to change her image and give her some soulful songs by teaming her up with LA and Babyface and blah blah blah.
Right.
But
Right.
if you watch the movie, she didn't write anything. We knew that, but a lot of the back and forth was Clive Davis bringing her a bunch of music and her listening through a bunch of demos and selecting which demo sounded like something she wanted to recreate.
Right.
And in the movie, a lot of times what she hit on was these popish ballads or these up-tempo popish songs. That's what she liked. That's what she heard. She was, I like this. Yeah, I want to do this song. Like so she
Right.
hears something in it. And then there was one song she did, and I forgot which song it was, but when she was singing it, she was singing it off key,
Right.
right? And when they were talking about it in production, she was like, "Well, this is off key. Like, why are you singing it like this?" She's like, "Don't worry about it. It's on key. It may be off key to you, but it will be when we lay it down." And
Right.
like that was who she was. She was known for bending notes and making stuff sound good in a spot where it normally you wouldn't know how to do that.
Right. Right.
So yeah, but I will say that I see what you're saying, Freezy, because in the movie it highlights something that I remember seeing when she actually did it live. There was some event, I don't know if it was a president's event or something, where she performed three songs, and the producer, her band instructor, put together these three songs for her to sing back to back to back, which are ridiculously hard to sing individually. Imagine having to sing them back to back to back, which
Right.
was "I Love You, Porgy." Then it was the Jennifer holiday song, and I am telling you. And
Right.
then it was I Have Nothing. She sang those three songs back to back to back, and so much strain on her vocal, and she
Right.
did it flawlessly. So
Right.
yeah, I could see like if you gave her more soulful type songs, could her career have changed and even gone to a different level? I don't know. Like while you were saying this, the whole time you guys were talking, I don't know why I thought of that, but I was like, I wonder how Whitney Houston would singing Anita Baker's "Sweet Love" if that was Whitney's song and not Anita Baker's. You know? I don't
Smash
know.
it. Smash it. It was already a
Yeah, I
smash
think.
hit.
Yeah.
Like she'll
Sit. I mean, again, a prime example too of again incredible talent. She'll sing like "That's What Friends Are For"
alongside
alongside,
Luther Vandross,
Right.
Mhm.
and it ends up becoming a competition between those two, just in terms of singing.
Right.
but again,
This is where having the machine push can be a detriment as well because you don't have as much say as you want to in the process of making these records.
Yeah. Luther's all right too. Luther's definitely a
Cover
top.
King.
He's definitely a top 50 vocalist of all time, bro. Definitely, no doubt.
That's the Cover King right there.
Well, right.
He knows how to
it's-
listen. And it's weird because again, I think with him he has the ability to kill the covers. Like he'll superstar till you come back to me.
Yeah.
You know, he'll give you one of those. Then he'll give you a "Till My Baby Comes Home."
Yeah. Right.
So I mean, I think he's more of a complete artist in terms of that.
except he
As
don't
to
write
where
his own music
Whitney,
either.
right, but that's what I'm saying in terms of like he's more of a complete vocalist, but he also has with Whitney, I think it's different because Whitney was absolutely manufactured by the label. So yeah, we're pitching you all these songs and you might have a say as far as which ones you want to sing, but we're so busy doing everything else. Your image belongs to the label, not to you.
Right.
The way we present you to the world belongs to the label, not to you.
Right.
Luther
Right.
had more control of his brand than Whitney did.
100%.
Luther's alright, bro. In the grand scheme of things, Luther's. If I had to rank where Luther is
Oh, boy.
definitely
Oh boy.
up there.
Oh boy.
What?
Is he a top 25
Oh boy.
Top 25 what?
Oh,
vocalist?
You talking about males and females?
oh.
No, just males. Just males.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, he's in my top 10 males. You heard me.
Yeah, Jay, did you hear that?
Hey, I don't want to listen. You said that you need to get off in a few minutes. That's a deep dive conversation right there.
I've already
Because
been here. I've already been here, and you know what? I took my own little deep. We've already had this conversation, and I took another reassessment of Luther after our conversation because Freezy kind of he made me drop Luther down a few notches because of our last conversation. But then I ratcheted him back up a few notches after I started thinking about Luther in his totality. The ability to
right,
hold the note, the ability to captivate an audience, the ability to to sing hit songs. And not only can he sing hit songs, but he's not stuck in a tempo. He's known for his slow ballads, but
Right.
Luther's got 3 mid to up tempo songs that are jams. Like The Best Things in Life Are Free with Janet Jackson. Never Too Much. I would say that's mid tempo.
Yeah, that's his first joint,
And
right?
yeah, and shoot, I forgot the other one that just popped in my head and I just lost it.
Bad Boys Having a Party?
Oh shoot, that's another one. I didn't think about that one, Freeze. I forgot about that. That's another one. I
Yeah.
was thinking the Can I Take You Out Tonight? Excuse
Take You
me,
Out.
miss. What
Take
you
You
mean?
Out.
Yeah, that one.
And he had a song that came out a year earlier. I think it was a year earlier called Secret Love. You remember Your Secret
right.
Love?
But yeah, is that more like a mid tempo R&B ballad, a pop ballad
Well, I'm
kind
talking
of thing?
about non-slow jams.
Mhm.
Right.
Anything outside of the
'Cause
slow jam category. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because even though I think and that one's kind of tricky because that song in particular has a bit of a faster tempo,
Right.
but he sings it like a ballad.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
That's true. And the reason why I like I said, I ratcheted him up a few notches is because when I think about Luther's voice and how he sings, he shouldn't be able to sing an up tempo, mid tempo type song and make it sound like a hit. I just feel like his voice is so different. It just seems weird conceptually that he's able to
So
do
Barry White-ish. You know how like you think Barry White can't sing an up tempo song?
that. I don't know.
And then he hits you with "Can't Get Enough of Your Love."
Oh,
yeah,
mm,
yeah.
mhm.
Teddy Pendergrass. You're like, Teddy Pendergrass is singing up tempo songs, but he had a song called 2 a.m. 2 a.m. when the party's over. Y'all remember that?
The more I get, the more I want.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yep. I think Luther is definitely in the top 25
Top 10.
male vocalists.
Top 10.
This is DSJ. You see what I mean, bro? What are we talking about here, DSJ?
I think these lists are overall subjective. So some people will have him ranked higher than most until you start doing comparisons.
He's definitely better than Marvin Gaye and Stevie Wonder.
Okay, calm down.
Where?
Okay, so if he's not better than those two. And I know y'all not going to tell me he better than Sam Cooke and Donny Hathaway.
Okay, calm down.
Right? Right? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
Well, listen, I said top 10. That's
I would love
four.
to know this. Do you have him higher than? Do you have him ranked higher than a Charlie Wilson?
No.
A Jackie Wilson?
Well,
No!
hold on. Because Charlie Wilson, in a way, is Luther Vandross.
I need an explanation, bro.
I think Luther Vandross's voice is one of the most unique voices I've ever heard, and for him, his ability to stay in the same pocket, give you that same smooth tone, no matter how many years go by, no matter what, you know what I mean? And I think Charlie Wilson has that same type of iconic voice. No matter how old he gets, you hear that voice, and he's so smooth on these songs when he's singing them. It's the same type of thing. Like that, I put them in a category similar to each other. Now, you may say that it's a different style of music because Charlie Wilson's music, the production of the music is different. So maybe it gives you a different vibe. But that's just production of the music. You give Luther Vandross, Charlie Wilson's producers, he can record similar songs. It's just all about the musical taste.
Now, here's where Charlie Wilson is better, right? Because you might have him ranked and Luther equally amongst everything else, but range, Charlie Wilson has shown that he has more range than Luther Vandross does.
Yeah.
That may be true. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's fair.
I have Luther.
What about James Ingram? Is he better than James Ingram?
No.
Mm.
James Ingram. Look, James Ingram, you are a saint, bro.
No, that's Uncle Freezy light skin love bias. No. What makes James Ingram that much better than Luther Vandross?
Same thing. Range.
And texture.
Range and versatility in that range. The inflections in his notes.
James Ingram's voice is like James Ingram, where Luther's voice is $100 bill. He's like, oh my God, it's $100. James Ingram's voice is $101 bills.
One is smooth butter. One is
I got you.
Yeah, one is like melted butter
on a croissant. Another one is a crushed velvet jacket.
Okay.
I
Smooth.
mean, I see what you
Both.
guys are saying as far as the range goes. I think, yeah, I mean, I guess I never put Luther in that category because I just don't think of a guy who can hold a note so, beautifully at that low register. I don't really think about his range, but that's a true statement. That is very true. He does, yeah, that's a good point.
Because for me that's like one of the things that I look at to separate an artist. Because if it's like, okay, well, he makes good music, then Bobby Brown would really be in the conversation of King R&B because the music is great. Vocals
Right.
might not be up to par, but if I'm sitting here saying, well, now his music goes, then like where do we sit there and make the conversation make sense in terms of, well, this person is a better singer. I'd rather hear this person's album or this person's song over this guy.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So with those elements involved, then I have to look at things like the range, um, inflections, harmonies, vocal arrangements, um, live performances.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, I will say you guys have inspired me to create a new playlist. I think I'm gonna have to put one together with James Ingram, Luther Vandross, Peebo Bryson, Freddie J. I'm gonna
Already
have these
written.
guys just duke it out with songs. Like who's
Can,
cutting up better?
can I add a voice that always gets overlooked and is almost unfair?
Hmm.
Can I please add Gerald Levert?
Oh well, yeah, of course.
Anybody in here? How good is Gerald Levert in y'all's opinion?
Gerald,
Uh,
let me ask this: do you rank him over his father?
Yes.
That's the hard part of that conversation because they are literally the same voice.
it's
It's
very,
literally
very similar.
the apple
Very
does
similar.
not fall. It doesn't even forget the tree. The apple not falling far from the tree. The apple doesn't leave the tree at all.
Right.
There is so much of the same texture. Um, that at this point, it's like if they sang together, you really don't know which one is which unless you're watching them together live.
Okay. I'm gonna say.
Although,
Oh, go ahead, Ron. I'm sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, although Eddie didn't get the same. I mean, not Eddie. The youngest brother did not
Sean.
get that. Sean, he did not get that same voice. He got a similar, like a similar deepness, but he didn't get the richness that his brother and his father got.
And he was a little more street than the two soul crooners, right? A little bit more street,
Sean
right?
had the bop.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So, but my thing is this: I think Gerald is better by far than Eddie, right? And the reason why I think Gerald is better by far than Eddie is because Eddie had the talent and went through the rigmarole of the show business, learning how to be an artist and learning how to sing. And then he passed the baton off to Gerald, who came up behind him with all the resources and a cleared path that his father made. Right. And so in this case, I will say the father is better than the son because they were gifted the same unique type voice, right? But I think Gerald was taught by Eddie how to take care of that thing, and then plus know because here's the thing with the OJs. On an OJ's album, if there are 12 songs, there are gonna be six. Oh my God, I can't believe I can't live without these songs. And there are gonna be six with the what is this? Right? It's the OJs, bro. It's how they make their living. They're gonna
Mm.
put out quality albums, like six songs. You're gonna be like, oh, we cry, I together, and then it's gonna be
Hmm.
some funk. the phone, the bed, and you're like, what the fuck? It's like dyslexia, right? Or not dyslexia. It's like a bipolar something. You know, no making no jokes on that, right? But you can see the identity shift of you like, what is this? Right? For the love of money, you hear like a for the love of money. And then the very next song will be like, I'm good to get and you're like, yo, come on, yo. Oh, y'all the OJs of Wilson Pickett. I mean, make up your mind, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know, but the thing with Gerald Levert is with Gerald, I ain't gonna lie, I just think Gerald is better than Eddie, not because of I prefer one style of music over the other. I really enjoy both. I really think that Gerald connects with me more. And that may be the reason why I say that Gerald is better. Because Gerald could sing to certain things and you believed what he was saying, whereas sometimes you hear Eddie and you just don't know what the hell's going on. And shout out to Eddie, too, by the way, for retiring. He just retired last month.
Oh wow. Yeah, I didn't know that. It also has to do with time, crazy, like time and the music that is around that you are making at that time. Had Gerald come at the time that Eddie was born and did his thing with music, maybe Eddie would be doing what the style of music that Gerald was accustomed to do because he would be around those type of people. But it's just different times. But I do hear your point. So it kind of goes back to the whole thing about being better at your knowing who you are as an artist. And maybe Gerald knew better about who he was as an artist, so he could be more consistent in his sound throughout his time. Whereas when you talk about his father, they were all over the place at some points.
Right.
Plus, he's also part of a group where I'm sure that the way they've done it is probably the way that all the other groups do it. It's a consensus. So maybe he gets outvoted on some of those songs that Uncle Freezy's questioning. And again, this is not me just saying that for the sake of, me being a bigger fan of Eddie or anything like that. That's not the case. But I am looking at the fact that there are songs like that exist in the world with these artists. Like, I don't know what you were thinking when you created this one, but this one could have been left off the album.
Yeah.
But in terms of a group, though, there's votes that got to get placed. Are we going to do the song or not? I vote no.
Right.
What about you? Nah, I like it. I want to record this one.
Right.
All right. Well, we got a yes and a no. We need a third vote. Right. And maybe that person was like, "Nah, I like it too."
Right.
Right. I mean, that happens all the time. Artists sometimes just don't hear it. They don't hear the vibe. Now, I remember just listening the other day when now I forgot his name, but he was talking about producing Sweet Lady and how Tyrese hated the song. Like
Troy Taylor.
Troy Taylor. How could you hate your biggest song? I don't know. But yeah, that's how it'll be.
Yeah. Is Tyrese in this category with Luther?
With who?
Luther Vandross.
No. He's a good vocalist.
He's a good vocalist, yes. But Tyrese can't. So if even when it comes to range, Tyrese don't have range either. So
I think Tyrese has range. I think what it is that with his range, it's like picking spots. So like, how you gonna act like that, right? You notice that he'll carry the rest of the song a specific way, after the whole you were the one that makes me cry, babe. After that part, it stays in that high register and keeps going through that note, carrying that pitch.
Okay.
But he'll pick that spot specifically. Like there's a formula to a Tyrese song,
Okay.
Yeah.
as
Right.
opposed to with
Okay.
Luther. Luther can bend and he'll take you through the journey.
Right. I don't know. Like, and I hear what you're saying. I just don't know if I've heard Tyrese really duplicate that in a lot of other songs as his career has gone on. So I don't know if I want to say that he can do that on the regular. He's done it. I don't know. I don't know. I think he kind of lives in that low register a lot too, and maybe sometimes he gets certain points where he'll get the high note on or drag out the higher register, but I don't really hear it too often.
Right.
Here's an artist I've been a fan of, and I think doesn't get a lot of reverence. Is Luther better than Joe?
Yes. I think Joe, my opinion is Joe's a great singer and a great artist. I saw him live, bro. I saw him live at a club, right? Not a million people. It was like a venue, like I think it might have been like 400 people in there. Joe, a mic stand, a stool, 3 background singers, and some people behind them playing music. And the music wasn't so loud that it drowned out vocals. It was Joe, right? Man, that brother can sing. He
Yeah, he's a
blew
really
me
good
away.
performer.
Yeah, he blew me away. Now, with that said, I saw Luther Vandross at the House of Blues, and we bought the tickets like 5 weeks early for Luther because we knew they was gonna sell out. Right? We got Luther tickets right off front center. So we were like right, well, like when you sit up front, they have the door back to the kitchen, like right off the
Mm,
kitchen area, like the swinging doors where people be coming through, bringing your stuff to your
mm.
table. All that. So we were like right off of there, and I was hating the whole night. Like I was hating the whole. This motherfucker ain't better than Jet. This me. I don't know why I was in the mood. Right. This motherfucker ain't better than no Freddie Jackson. You know what I'm saying? This was my mood back then, right? This fake Freddie Jackson. Yeah. He don't write no. He ain't got no. And this is around the time where Luther had a song called "Dance with My Father." It was like
Mm.
the hottest song in the universe at the time. So excuse me, I saw him twice in concert. The Dance with My Father, yeah, and I think it was like 91. Luther had the hottest song on the radio. It was him and a chick named Lisa Fisher had songs that him, Lisa Fisher, and Allison Williams all had a song out at the same time. I forget. It's the wedding song. You remember the song people used to play at their wedding?
Here and now.
Here and Now. Here and Now was out. Right, the first time I saw him. And I was like, man, he all right. But he was killing, bro. I don't know what kind of mindset I was in, bro. You know what I'm saying? I just hating on Luther for no reason. But we saw him, bro, when Dance with My Father was out. So he came out, and ironically, he did Dance with My Father first. Girls is like, oh God, Luther. He did it again, right? Oh God, Luther, encore. He's like, no, I can't do it again. I got too many songs. I gotta get. And he did A House Is Not a Home, and he made me a fan forever, bro. When he did A House Is Not a Home, bro, I was like, yo, he came through, and he held some notes, bro, until the background singers came in. DSJ, he held the note. The background singers came in on that note, right? They sung their little part. He held his note, and then they faded out. He was still holding the note, and he faded out with them. And I was like, that's some Minnie Riperton type shit, right? That's some breath control. I don't know if that's a real thing. I'm not a singer. I don't know if breath control is a real thing or not, right? But it sounds
It's
technical. Is it so? So it's not a real. Okay, so it sounds like
it's
a real thing.
It's absolutely a real thing.
Oh, okay. All right, because bro, when I saw he started to note the background singers came in, and they just like shoot through, while he was holding the note for. And house is not a home, and something he was holding a note, and they came in with their little thing, and then they backed up, and then he came out, and then he like came out of that note and started leaning over the stage to the ladies, and bro, I was like, yeah, he that dude. But here's the thing, DSJ. even with that said, I still think he probably top 26
10.
all time.
I mean, he's no Genuine, but you know.
Right.
Right. So yeah. So he's top 10. I hear you, Crazy. So, but you know, the thing is, like, he's really like a special singer, and that breath control thing. You know, does that? So, if you appreciate that, do you appreciate a gentleman like Brian McKnight?
I think he better than Luther. That was the name I was saving.
Yeah, me too. I'm not gonna lie, I was saving that. I think his music doesn't have the same lasting power,
Right.
but his voice, different story.
Right. I think Brian McKnight is definitely top 15. Easy.
He definitely has the whole gambit. And for many years, Brian McKnight was my favorite singer. Like I've only had 3 favorite singers in my lifetime, and you probably wouldn't believe. No, you'd believe 2 of them. You wouldn't believe the third.
Only 3.
You know. Yeah. No, I mean, like I locked onto a certain sound, a certain voice, and that's it for me. That's it. That doesn't mean that they're the best singers. They're just my favorite singers. And that's a lie. I just realized it was 4. Jaheim, Brian McKnight, R. Kelly, and Mr. Alexander Vanderpool.
Okay.
Those are the 4.
Okay.
So you mind if I throw out a top 4 just really quick?
Oh, and by the way, Freeze, do you know who Alexander Vanderpool is?
No.
Nathan from Boyz II Men.
Okay.
Continue.
Okay. Thank you. So my thing is, I have 2 of those dudes. 2 of those dudes that from that group that you just mentioned. I have them in my top 20. 2 of them.
Okay.
I love Sean Stockman, bro.
A lot of people do.
I love Sean Stockman. I think Vision of a Sunset is a very underrated. The joint from Mr. Hollis Opus, bro. Very, very underrated joint, right? My thing is though, when you start to put so many people in the top 20 or in the top 10, somebody's got to go.
Sure.
DSJ, you feel me?
Absolutely.
So to me, the greatest person to ever breathe breath is Sam Cooke. There is no denying there won't be another voice for the next 2,000 years as good as Sam Cooke. And it's a shame that technology couldn't capture his voice crystal clear, like you can hear some of these guys now, right? If you could hear Sam Cooke in crystal clear, like the original perfect, it's like Minnie Riperton's voice. Minnie Riperton is probably a top 5 vocalist of all time, female vocalist. But since technology wasn't there for you to see, if she had at least been alive to the late 80s, you could have at least, if she was still singing, you could have at least got her on modern technology. Like Tammy Terrell. Tammy Terrell. DSA, have you ever heard the Ain't No Mountain High Enough a cappella version with just her parts?
Yeah.
People are like, when I heard it, dude was like, beware, this is the most perfect sound you ever heard. I'm like, yeah, I don't give. Everybody say that. And then when you hear it, you're like, oh my God. This is the voice of an angel. Right? With Sam Cooke, bro, I think it's easy. It's Sam Cooke number 1, right? And then a close behind him. But the only reason why he's number 2 is because his voice always sounded like he was in distress. Like you could always hear the pain in his voice, even if it wasn't a soul song. The dude that sung the Christmas song. Dun, 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 dun.
Are you talking about that bum Donny Hathaway?
Him, bro. Even within a Christmas song, you can still hear all the pain in his voice. Right? You're like, dang, man, this dude is phenomenal, bro. This dude is.
Aight.
He'll do. He'll do. The only reason why I have Marvin Gaye and Stevie Wonder 3 and 4-ish is because Marvin Gaye didn't pronounce his words early on. Marvin Gaye had that Motown slur. You know how some of the cats from Motown, you don't understand the word they saying? Like when I listen to the Trouble Man soundtrack, I don't understand. It sounds like reggae to me. Right? Because I don't understand. But bro. Yeah.
Prime example of that what you're saying is After the Dance.
Yep. So I got them ranked 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then there are other people that are so underrated, bro. James Ingram, Alexander O'Neal, Gerald Levert, Wanye Morris in his prime, like a prime Wanye, a Sean Stockman. There are some Dave Hollister, Freddie Jackson. There are so many people. To say that Luther is by far in the top 10, I'm thinking like, what if Donny Hathaway sang all of Luther's hits? What if Johnny Mathis sang all? First of all, Johnny Mathis is better than Luther. Okay, Johnny Mathis is better than Luther. Let's not even go there. Like, oh, I only heard like 5 or 6 songs from Johnny Mathis. Johnny Mathis is so much better than Luther. And they wouldn't even put Luther and Johnny Mathis in the same booth. And Luther is an all-time great, bro. Luther's an all-time great. But when you start talking about Johnny Mathis and Jackie Wilson, where it sounds like their voices are being poured out of a 400-year-old cognac bottle with the old cork in it, they had an old cork. Yeah, bro. No.
Well, I mean, but that's why those voices. I think Luther is in the class because they're special voices. You
Right.
wouldn't say that they're a notch above him. I could understand that. I don't necessarily think I'd put Wanye in that mix, but it depends on how you like. If we're listening to what what DSJ was saying as far as range and judging on that, yes, okay, that's different. But I just don't think Wanye's voice is consistently pure as any of those guys you just mentioned.
Is he better
Can
than
he
Nate?
sing? Only for the fact that he's the one he can hit the higher register, and so that's why he's the one who's always carrying the songs at the end. But
Mm.
Nate's so smooth. Like if you listen to Boys to Men, outside of Sean and their harmonies and Wanye and whatever Michael McCurry was doing, uh
Oh, why you
Nate,
doing Mike like that, bro?
I'm just saying, Nate's undertone is throughout everything. Like he holds the song together with how smooth and that low register. Like he keeps that song alive with that. It keeps the harmony. But I hear you. Yes, if anybody was going to talk about it, they're never going to say Nate is the best of those three because they just don't. You don't hear him as prevalent as the other two. And for whatever reason, I kind of feel like people like higher register people more anyway. That gets more pub.
Right. I don't. I don't. There are only a few people I like in that range. I like DSJ in that range. That's why it's weird that I'm always shouting out DSJ and I don't really even. There are only a few songs that I like. For instance, I like this song called "The Kissing Game." I like
Mm-hmm.
that. I like Tony Thompson. Right. I think he's a very underrated singer. The song choices were always trash. Well, not always, but I think they were singing to a more mature audience than what they were designed for. I always felt like they were 17-year-olds singing to 30-year-olds. Have you ever heard this song called "Gloria" by the Enchantments? Gloria.
You mentioned it, yes. Mm-hmm.
That's where I think DSJ is in that category. Like I think would I choose DSJ or Jesse Powell?
Uh-oh. Can I be honest? That's gonna be my new thing. Can I be honest?
DSJ is trash.
No. That has nothing to do with you. As much as I like that Jesse Powell song,
Yep.
don't like hearing him perform it live. I mean, I know obviously, R.I.P.
You
he's
won't
passed
hear
away,
that
but-
live again.
No, I know.
No.
But when I did hear it live, like he was on the Apollo, and I think I saw him two places, the Apollo and somewhere else. And it's just, sometimes you can create a song and the song has so much in it that's going on that when the artist has to perform it live, it's just weird.
Right.
Like it's just too much. And he wasn't doing it with any background vocals that made it even more weird, which is a
Right.
testament to him trying to do it that way. But he was trying to sing all the parts and right back on top of each other. He had to cut himself off when he's holding the note U to stop and get into another note U, right? And it didn't sound right. I didn't like it.
Right.
I'm big on live performances, in case you haven't noticed.
Hey, you know what? That you just mentioned is what killed R&B. The fact that dudes don't show up with background singers. Bread. Well, bread. Cats got to keep the money for themselves. Because if he had background singers to help him with those notes, you would have enjoyed it better. Where
And
they
he
could
did
sing
not.
those parts.
He was on stage by himself.
Right.
Yeah. Like that to me, that's I think part of the reason why I love music so much and love R&B in particular is because of the live performances. Because of being a young kid waiting, getting everything together, brushing my teeth, sitting down in front of the TV to watch Showtime at the Apollo at 11:30,
Yep.
and then pressing play on my VCR so I could record. I mean, record so I can record it on my VCR. I got a lot of Apollo tapes, but they don't look that great nowadays. And I also used to watch Arsenio Hall for the live performances too. That's what I grew up on.
Right. What and one other thing I will say too. One thing I'll also say is some of these artists are really good, but like when I hear DSJ stuff, I always hear DSJ stuff like before it's cleaned up by engineers.
Mm-hmm.
And see, I like that raw grittiness to it before it's super polished. I don't want him to know that, but oh, there he is. DSJ, you understand what you get what I'm saying?
DSJ's trash, of course.
No, it's it's like sometimes you hear people's vocals on the 357 take in a pristine studio meant for them. You don't know how many takes it took them to get to that one part that we like. And I learned that by hearing the Bobby Brown My Prerogative story, where he had to sing a certain part 88 times for Teddy Riley. Just one little part that Bobby couldn't get right. And Bobby stormed out of the studio. And Teddy was like, yo, all you got to do is get it right when you in here in the studio for the record. Once you get it right, bro, you can do it however you want when you perform it. Right? And Bobby couldn't get it. Right? But when we hear My Prerogative, you hear yeah, all that, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You hear all the New Jack Swing, you know what I'm saying? And you hear Bobby, and he's like, okay, yeah, I like this. Right? But when I hear DSJ sing, I know DSJ didn't do that thing no 88 times. And I know DSJ is not in a Motown quality, a Def Jam quality recording studio. They probably doing the best they can. They probably got the best equipment they can, right? And I'm not knocking nobody, but I'm certain they don't have the equipment of a power studio. You know what I'm saying? In Queens, New York. I can almost guarantee that, bro. Studios like that are rare. You know what I'm saying? So when you hear like a Hood Goddess, you like, yeah, this is fire right here. This is fire. Right. It kind of gives me that Jay Dilla feel to it, as a matter of fact. Kinda. Not exactly, but kinda. You know what I'm saying? Where the imperfections in the song reminds you of your neighborhood. You walking down the street and newspapers flying all over the street, people blowing their horn, people outside talking mad loud for no reason. You know what I'm saying? It reminds me of the neighborhood. That's why I love Hood Goddess, bro. I think Hood Goddess is the best thing DSJ ever did.
I don't know because I have to hear more of what DSJ has said. And it was my fault, DSJ. I still haven't heard the stuff. I've been crazy with busy, but I'm going to listen to it. That's actually I said not.
It's DSJ's
I know,
fault.
but no, it's my fault because he sent the stuff to me and I haven't heard it yet. I heard Hood Goddess, so I already know how that is, and I like that. I got to hear the other stuff, and I will do that tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be recording some stuff, and so while I'm doing that and waiting and having the stuff get chopped up, I'll be listening to that as well as some Jay Dilla stuff. That's on the agenda tomorrow while I'm making my new R&B mixtape with these gentlemen that we've been talking about.
Why do you have Luther in the top 25?
What?
Yeah.
Why do I have what?
DSJ, why does he have Luther in the top 25?
Why is this even a question? Why are you asking me this? This is crazy.
Well, again, I
What?
think that Luther Vandross. I think because his unique voice and his ability to again hold notes.
Yeah. No, I mean, listen,
It's
it's my ear
above
bias.
average. It's above
It's my ear
average.
bias, DSJ.
No, but I think again, I mean, because I can understand why people gravitate specifically to Luther Vandross, right? I mean, I absolutely get it. Um, because there's nothing like hearing him hit you with the woos,
Hmm.
where he'll scale the woos. When you hear
Like Pop
that, it's
Smoke.
almost like okay, you know he's gonna hit that
Ooh.
note.
Oh,
Yep, you know that note's gonna be out of here.
right,
Right.
right.
Right. Hey.
So I
Yeah.
mean, again, he's an incredible talent, just almost generational.
Yeah. I just like the crispness of his voice. So that's that's just my thing. And I do have a bias towards artists who can sing and hold notes in that low register, which is the reason why I like Jaheim. Um, that first album that Jaheim put out is one of the best albums in R&B for me because of how his vocal tone and his inflection on the song. And then that's the reason why I like Nathan. Once again, it's that I like the low register sound a lot. I'm a big fan of it.
Is Jaheim or is Nate better than Alexander O'Neal?
No,
No. Alexander O'Neal is very talented, and if I hadn't have watched, I mean, honestly, he came at a time where I didn't hear a lot of R&B. I only heard certain R&B during that time. But if it wasn't for TV One, I would not have understood who he was and how good he was. So I shout out to these shows because they do help, open our eyes to people. And yeah, he's very good talent.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
if it wasn't for the drugs, he might have been an incredible talent.
My struggle is trying to figure out if Alexander O'Neal is better than Luther and Freddie Jackson.
as
Hey, can I be honest? How good is Freddie Jackson really?
Hmm.
I mean, like his voice is an incredible voice once again too, and how he sings "You Are My Lady" is one of the best songs in R&B history.
Right.
But after that, where do we go?
rock me tonight.
Yep.
Sorry, that's okay. That's a good one too. But after that, where do we go?
Um, How about we do this? How about Freddie Jackson singing Mr. Magician? Mr. Magician. When he was with when he was with the techno robotic group, the R&B uptempo group disco.
Hmm. Hmm.
Freddie Jackson, that or Freddie Jackson on chopped up drums singing Dance Tonight. I honestly, I think if I weigh these two songs against each other, I know it's not fair. But I often compare Bad Boy Having a Party and Jam Tonight.
No, that's absolutely what I thought of the moment you sung it.
Right. And I don't know, depending on what mood I'm in, Bad Boy Having a Party wins only off nostalgia. But Jam Tonight, the dude is singing telling you how to do a dance, the new dance in town, you got to do such and such and such, and you don't even recognize that he's telling you that because the vocals are smooth like bed sheets, bro.
Mm.
And this dude, and I'm not saying Melba Moore is the greatest singer. Melba Moore is not going to be our top 50 female vocalists of all time, because you don't want to leave out respect to all of the Melissa Morgans, all
Mhm.
of the Cocos from SWV. They'll probably be better than Melba Moore. The Nita Bakers, the Patti LaBelle, they'll be better than Melba Moore, right? The Roberta Flack, they'll be better than Melba Moore, right? And no disrespect to Melba Moore, because she might be in that 60 to 75 range, right?
Mm.
But when you put a female in that 60 to 75 range against Freddie Jackson in a song called A Little Bit More, you can see the distinct level and talent, bro. It's to a point where Melba Moore is laughing, and it's a slow jam. She's laughing because she know this dude is singing circles around her. Right? It was like watching Alexander O'Neal and Sherelle. Right? Freddie
Well,
can
I mean,
he can go.
yeah, the Sherelle thing, like, yeah.
Mm,
They played well off of each other, but that wasn't that wasn't close.
no, not at all. I have Freddie up there in the top 10, but I just can't have him up there with Sam Cooke, bro. I just can't have him up there with Donny Hathaway. You know what I'm saying? Not even Johnny Gill. I just can't have him up there with Marvin Gaye. You know what I'm saying? There are certain singers that are so talented that you're like, I'm squeezing Freddie Jackson into the top 10 only because I like him. Same thing with Luther. I'm trying to squeeze Luther into the top 10, by the way.
Well, I mean, the more you guys have spoken to me, like I said, I can understand why he may not fall within the top 10. I think he's definitely top 20, maybe even top 15 by the way you guys are gauging your interest in what you listen to from these singers. I could see it. It's fair. It's fair because there's a lot of good singers out there, and they can do so much more with their talent and their gift. So it's understandable. I got it.
And there are some dudes that are so smooth, but they just sung 100 years ago. So, like Nat King Cole, my pops used to tell me, Nat King Cole is the greatest singer of all time. Like Nat King Cole, that dude's middle name is Kane. How he can sing? This dude singing, his middle name is Kane. Ain't no singer. You like, son, I'm telling you. All right, if you say so. If he's in the top 10, he is number 10. But I'm not putting him up there over Donny Hathaway. He 8 times better than Donny Hathaway. 8 times better than Donny Hathaway? Are you serious?
Well,
that's the
you know
opinion.
What? That probably goes to how people feel about the unique voice and also the relatability of what that person's singing or what that person did for them at the time when they heard the music. Kind of to your point, Freezy, because you have a lot of your favorite artists that you've mentioned to us. You can mention the relatableness to the songs or the subject matter that they're talking about and how you gravitated towards it.
Right.
So
Yeah. I mean, there are some great singers, bro. There's no harm in Luther Vandross being a top 76 singer, bro.
yeah.
Right. I mean, for real. DSJ, if you could tell us one more time who your 6 through 10 is, because I think we all know who your top 5 is, right?
Okay, so my
Or
so
okay.
now you're gonna ask me something else?
If you want to refresh us on your top five, if you want to.
Okay, so my top five is Jackie Wilson, Donny Hathaway, Stevie Wonder, Marvin Gaye, Sam Cooke.
Right.
Then beyond that, I have Charlie Wilson, um, uh, Al
I think
Green.
I think you had R. Kelly and Al Green. R. Kelly and Al Green. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Um, and see, it's always hard to remember all of them. Um,
Did you say Dave Hollister?
he was my 10th. Keith Washington, I believe, was like my ninth.
Oh, Mr. Kiss of You, huh?
James Ingram. No, matter of fact, no, because we were doing 15, and I was like 10 through 50, because I had James Ingram, Charlie Wilson, Peebo Bryson. They were in the 6 through 10. Dave Hollister just made that list.
Peebo Bryson, by the
So
way, let me just say, I will say that Peebo's better.
Better than who? I'm sorry.
Luther.
Oh wow. Wait a minute. I feel like we have to have a argument right now. You have Peebo over Luther.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
And
if you had
it's because of DSJ.
Peebo over Luther, then I want to add a few more names better than Luther.
Yeah, because Peebo has once. See, the thing is, here's the thing. It goes back to the unique voice and that classic sound of it. It just not everybody can do it, man. Not everybody can have that sound. But of course, we were spoiled because a lot of artists between the 40, maybe 50s. I don't know about 40s. I can't remember too well. But from the 50s to the 90s, there's a lot of artists that came along and had those type of voices that are so unique and so smooth. They sound like they get out of bed and they can sing this way. Peebo's
Like
another
Christopher
one of those
Williams.
people. I'm gonna give Christopher Williams credit for having a good voice and sounding good on a record. Live, he has his moments. I've also
Right.
heard him have some notes that weren't quite the greatest.
Mm.
But
No,
yeah, no,
I was speaking to.
people because of the high register, and hitting the low notes too. Like he can go all over the place.
So I'm merely speaking to Christopher Williams, not putting him in this conversation, but into that conversation. You said, well, between the 50s and the 90s, there are a million dudes. I'm putting
Hmm.
him in
right.
that category. That's why I
Hmm.
brought up his name.
Hmm. That's fair.
Don't worry,
So
he'll
where does
come
Teddy
back as Kareem
Pendergrass rank?
Akbar anyway.
What? Wait, I didn't hear you. What you say? DSJ, what'd
I
you
said,
say?
don't worry. I said, don't worry. Christopher Williams will come back as Kareem Akbar anyway.
Definitely.
And what did you say, Freezy? Did you say something about Teddy Pendergrass?
Where's Teddy Pendergrass ranked?
He's definitely in my top 25. I just don't know. I haven't. You guys are forcing me to really take a long look at what I like, which is not bad. At this point, I probably would like to assess where my ear is. Like, what do I really value? I'd love to do that. So maybe I just make me take that long, deep dive into it.
Between 12 and 13
Yeah,
on my list.
No love for Wilson Pickett.
Top 20.
in the in the Wilson Pick is a good singer. I I don't know if I can say I relate to him fully as an artist. I need to hear more of Wilson Pickett. What I have heard, I do like. It's just different. It's like when I think of Wilson Pickett, I think of Otis Redding. And I love Otis Redding, but I gotta quantify where would I put it in my list.
I think Wilson
Otis
Pickett,
Redding is
Wow.
top 15.
definitely. I think Otis Redding is top 15. I think Wilson Pickett is top 75. I think Wilson Pickett is top 75 because of song choice.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? To me, when I think Wilson Pickett, I think Alabama Slammer. I think all he talked about is country shit. Tramp, what you call me? That's what I think when I think Wilson Pickett. Anybody remember that song? Tramp.
Yeah.
Tramp with Marla Thomas. Tramp, what you call me? I got 4
Once again.
Folds, 10 Chevys. That's what I think every time. All I think is Alabama Slammer, bro.
Once
Yeah,
again, thank you to TV1 for that.
Right. Thank you to my uncle who liked to play that song to death while he drank
Mm.
Manischewitz and played bid whist.
And for the record, Willie Hutch is number 11.
Who?
Willie
Willie
Hutch.
Hutch.
Willie Hutch.
What? I'm
Phenomenal.
drawing a blank on Willie Hutch.
Brother's gonna work it out.
Oh, brother,
I choose you.
Get out.
Yeah.
Okay. Why was I forgetting that was Willie Hutch? Okay.
Hmm. And Willie Hutch came out during the soundtrack era where everybody was getting a soundtrack.
Yep.
Mm.
So, yeah, Willie Hutch did his thing. Brother's Gonna Work It Out is phenomenal, bro. I just don't like how it's sped up in the middle. You remember ADS, you know how it's sped up towards the end?
Yeah.
I'm like, what are we doing right here?
because the setup of the song was beautiful. When it's just the flute playing,
Right.
and I think that's probably why it's as sampled as much as it is when it's just that part specifically.
Right.
But
Well, how do you guys feel about Howard Hewitt?
top 20.
Is he in that? You got a lot of guys in your top 20. I was just wondering if he was in that 40 to 90 range that Breezy was talking about.
He'd probably be like number 18 and 19 on my list.
Right. Because of his versatility, bro. But I don't have Howard Hewitt higher than I forget this dude's name, Glenn Jones. I don't have him higher than Glenn Jones. And ironically, there is a dude named Larry Graham that's in that range that me and Ron like.
Right.
1 in a million chance of a lifetime. And bro, when I hear 1 in a million, I be wanting to go, you know what I'm saying, go put on my Applejack hat and get in my Electra, my deuce and a quarter and some Stack Hill shoes. You know what I'm saying? Go to the gas station to get me some leaded gas on pump number 1 and get the gas attendant to check my oil. You know what I'm saying? And ride around town listening to the city, bro.
I don't know
You know,
why
so-
when you said that, when you made that description, all I could think about was Brooke Benton's Rainy Night in Georgia.
Oh. Yeah, the funny thing here is, and see, this is why music and good music is so important. Look at what happened right now here. It was 2 hours and 40 minutes of this show. And Freezy said, "Yeah, I gotta get up early and do some things, get a couple more minutes." We have gone another hour. As soon as the R&B conversation shifted to this topic, easily another hour.
Right.
That's how it is.
Yeah. That's because somebody said Luther was top 10. I don't know if Luther's top 10, bro. I just
Look,
DSJ.
I agree, but I think I could find a way to put him in my top 10. I think he can be in my top 10. But if I actually had to sit down and grade R&B singers with a criteria, he would probably fall out of my top 10.
Because if we're just going by voice, I don't think he's better than the lead singer from the Tramps.
Mm.
And so for those that don't know, the lead singer from the Tramps, the Tramps had a song called Disco Inferno on the Saturday Night Fever album.
Mm-hmm.
And man, that dude went to church on that song, bro. Oh my, bro. And when you hear the man say "Burn, baby, burn," when you hear a singer say "Disco Inferno," you know they singing, bro. When the dude says "Disco Inferno," oh, you like, yeah, he in his bag now. He don't care when he don't care about the words. Yeah, he. When my man is in the booth doing all kind of "Disco Inferno," and the background singing is "Burn, baby, burn." Yeah.
It's tough. There's just there's a lot of really good singers out there. David Ruffin. There's a lot of good singers. There's a lot of them.
Then y'all keep taking my secret weapons, bro. Can y'all see my notes? Can y'all see my notes in a reflection of that? That was my finishing move, David Ruffin. Maybe y'all can see. Okay. Is Luther Vandross better than David Ruffin?
Yeah, I can't put him over. Yeah, I can't put Luther over David Ruffin, but it's not like he's miles and miles better. Like I think
Right. I was
just
going to, yeah.
boils down
Yeah.
to I think one is dynamic, more dynamic than the other, but if it's like a foot race, we're talking about, you know what I'm saying, it comes down to a photo finish.
Right.
Yeah. I would say
I have one more.
I agree.
I have one more name I want to throw out. Is Luther Vandross better than Marvin Jr.? I think Marvin Jr.
Brother?
Huh?
Oh, no, I'm just joking. You said Marvin, I'm hearing Marlon.
Oh,
Marvin Jr.
Marvin Jr., yes. From the Dells.
Oh.
A heart is not a house.
Yeah.
A heart is a house for love.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Jeez. I've learned. Oh, man.
I love that song, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I love that
that's my
song
joint too, man. I'm like,
I love that song, bro.
that's a rough one.
You just like all these guys from Chicago, that's for sure.
Yeah. Right.
It's a rough one.
So what you think? Marvin Jr.? You think Marvin Jr. is better than Luther or no?
If it was me, I'd still give the edge to Luther, but it's a rough one. I like that. I like that dude's voice. That's a rough
Bro.
one.
How that dude couldn't sell records, I have no idea.
That's
I ain't
crazy.
even gonna, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. That dude should be in a Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. If they're not, the Dells, I would
Mhm.
take the
Because one of my
Dells.
favorite songs is "I Touched Your Dream."
What is it? What's it, DSJ?
I think he said, "I touched the dream."
Oh. Oh, they are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh,
The Dells are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I didn't know that. Okay. You know you already, first of all, you already know that dudes in a group can sing when group members are named Lucius and Vern. You got a dude in your group named Vern, a dude in the group named Lucius, a dude, the lead singer name is Junior. Yeah, they can sing.
mm,
What do y'all have Ron Osley at?
22.
yeah. I'd probably put him in my 25.
Wow.
He's not top 20, but he's
On the
he's
fringe.
top he's in the top 25. Yeah, like he's top 25 for sure. Top 20 is arguable.
I
So
just feel
he's
like they've been a part of such monumental hits, and his tone when you hear it when it comes on, that Isley Brothers sound. It's so it's unmistakable.
As a matter of
And
fact,
I got to give him a lot
I
of
put him
credit.
under I'll put him down further at 24 because I think that um Philip Bailey and then Maurice White at 22 and 23 to me surpass Ron Isley.
really. So you have Philip Bailey ahead of voices like Jeffrey Osborne?
I was just thinking
Yeah.
about Jeffrey Osborne. Can you?
I don't know, big dog. I don't know. Jeffrey Osborne? Yeah, I don't know, bro. And when you ask the question, like, how do I like Howard Hewitt? I'm partial because my pops and Howard Hewitt are doppelgangers, bro. My pops passed away like 20 years ago, right? And my pops passed away like 20 years, right? But he and Howard Hewitt look the only thing about it is Howard Hewitt looked like Hollywood clean, and my pops looked like Howard Hewitt if he had worked at a car factory putting doors on pickups. That's the only difference. You know what I'm saying? The chick, like my pops used to walk down the street, and it's funny. My pops used to walk down the street with my mom, right? And the ladies would be hanging out the window. Yes, Jay, it's like them old 70 movies. Hey, Jimmy. And my mother would be looking, and they be like, "Hey, Shirley." Yo, hilarious, bro,
I
hilarious.
I wonder if that's the way that Pauletta Washington deals with Denzel Washington's fans.
Every day, yeah, yeah. My pops would be walking. My pops was walking with my grandmother, his mother-in-law, right down the street, and the lady fell down in front of them, act like she was looking for something, right? And I could see up her dress as a kid, right? And my grandmother cussed her, "Get your goddamn ass up!" My grandmother cussed her out, bro, because my pops looked like Howard Hewitt if Howard Hewitt had been. Yeah, and let me put it this way: My pops looked like Howard Hewitt if Howard Hewitt had went to prison. My pops never went to prison, but I'm saying,
Gotcha.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
My pops had that you know what I'm saying, that build, right?
The blue
Right.
collar, that blue collar.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he the dude that probably was like 210 with the size 34 waist his whole life. He's like, how you 210 with a 34? I don't know these jeans. And try, he talked like he worked at a motor factory too, by the way. He's like, I don't know these jeans cut funny. So yeah, that's why I had the every time y'all say Howard Hewitt, I always overrate Howard Hewitt because he remind me of my pops. So
Well,
hey, you got any,
no, go ahead.
now I was gonna say you got any other artists you think somebody we probably didn't name that deserves to be named?
I'm trying to think of his name right now.
Lilo Thomas?
Shoot, why is his Cool in the Game?
Oh, he a jerk, bro. You talking about
Is
about
he?
James Taylor? Yeah, talking about James Taylor?
Yeah, James Taylor.
JT.
Yeah, he a jerk, bro.
Is he?
Yes, I met the dude. I met the dude a million times, bro. So for those that don't know that are watching this, my pops, the same Howard Hewitt looking dude, rented an apartment from Cool's aunt, right? Right. So she owned the building. They lived on one side, upstairs, downstairs. He lived on the other side, downstairs, and above them was empty. They didn't rent the other part out. It was empty. So one day, my pops called me. He's like, "Hey man, I got a surprise for you. You know, say y'all come on over." And so this is my pops talking. I'm like, "Oh boy, he gonna have us," because my pops was kind of deadbeatish, right? He wasn't a complete deadbeat, but he was deadbeat-ish at times.
Mhm.
And so we go over, and I put on my good clothes. I put on me a little, what was popping at the time? Probably put on me like I put on a Newport sweatshirt. Let's just say it like that. Right. Now that I think about it, I'm like, yo, advertisers, yo, why are you making Newport jumpsuits for kids?
Yeah.
You trying to send somebody a message? Anyway, so I got on my Newport jumpsuit, man, and probably some Ralph Sampson Pumas, right? Something just to set the. I go over and I hear these dudes singing in the backyard, right? Man, I'm like 11, right? I'm like 11 or so, maybe even younger than that. Maybe even younger. Let's say I'm 6 years old, right? And I go in the backyard, and these dudes are just standing. I see cars double parked. I'm like, damn, cars double parked. The pasta salad must be banging over here, right? So I'm like, I go in the backyard.
They add olives.
Yeah, and raisins, shit shaved. They had shaved carrots in it. So I go in the backyard, and it's a huddle. My uncle is just standing there, snapping his finger. You know what I'm saying? One of my favorite uncles, probably my favorite human being ever. My uncle, he had just came back from Vietnam, and I didn't know he was dealing with PTSD at the time, but that's another story for another day. I said, he's snapping his finger. Oh. And I see my other uncle, my Uncle Pumpkin, right? My uncle. I don't know why they gave him the nickname Pumpkin, but he was like, yo, don't you never call me. His real name was Thomas. No, and he's like, Uncle Tom, what's good? Don't you never call me Uncle Tom. So anyway, go in the background, we going in, and my pops was like, yo, you know who this is? I don't know, look like a bunch of hungry dudes standing around the grill. Why all y'all around the grill? This is me. I'm like a little, like 6 years old, bro. I don't know no better. Right. So this is like what's maybe like 1975, 1976, somewhere in there. So I'm like 6 or 7-ish. But I've always been Uncle Freezy, right? The dude you see now, old as dirt, is the way I've always been. I just don't find it. I don't care nothing about impressing people or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't care nothing about trying to impress people or people trying to impress. I don't know, like, man, just keep it real, man. Just be. So anyway, these dudes is in the backyard singing, and this man, he steps over to me. He's like, "Yo, you don't know who we are?" And I'm like, "No, should I?" And he laughed, ha 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 ha. And he walked to the corner of the backyard, right? Light him a little cigarette. He over there doing whatever he do. And this dude introduces himself to me, right? He's like, "Yo, man, my name Cool. We got a singing group. We be on the radio." I'm like, and out then I was like, "So?" Yeah, I'm a kid. But you know what? Imagine Arnold from Different Strokes.
Right.
As a kid,
Okay.
imagine that type of. Like, so who y'all think y'all the Jacksons? He's like, "Yo, one day we're gonna be bigger than the Jacksons." Man, right, but why y'all saying about a grill though? My mama told me don't never let nobody stand by the grill. You know what I'm saying? So the dude is like legit. The dude is like trying to convince me that this group that he's got Cool in them, right? This is how I remember it. Cool and them dudes are supposed to be something. And it was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? We went to Lincoln. And I was like, so what, man? One day I'm gonna go to Snyder. And it was like, Snyder. They laugh. Ah, like, what's wrong with Snyder? You know what I'm saying? Whatever. So they leave. Well, or let me. So the dude that introduced, you don't know who I am? Man, I'm such a such. So my mother told me, don't be letting nobody stand by the grill. I know that. So he walked in the back of the thing. He all by himself, right? But everybody else is together, right? So fast forward about a year and a half. It's like Christmas time, and I see the light on in the backyard. It's a bunch of them dudes. They standing around in the backyard doing whatever adults do. I walk back there. They're like, "Hey, what you doing back here? Uncle Freezy, this adults only." Like, man, this ain't no adults. Oh, what y'all talking about? What y'all doing back here? What's all these lighters? Yo, what's all these bottles? What's going on back here? I'm gonna tell Miss Newton. And Miss Newton is this dude's aunt, right? And Mr. Newton was a freelance photographer for papers in the tri-state area. Like if something happened in Jersey City or Newark or Manhattan or whatever, he would take pictures and sell those pictures to the newspaper. That was his gig, right? So Miss Newton come downstairs and she's like, "Hey, Uncle Freezy, what's going on?" And I was about to snitch. I'm like, "Hey, you." They're like, "Hey." And I'm like, "Nothing. I'm going to go in the house, grab some presents." And she's like, "Yeah, come on." So I go in, whatever. And so every time they would come into town, like by coincidence, or not every time, but about once a year, I would catch them at Miss Newton house, right? And they'd be like, "Yo, you heard of us now? We got a fresh song on the radio. It's called Celebration." Like, celebration? Shit sound. This is Ron. I'm not saying that I was a saint, but when I was a little kid, I used to curse sometimes, right? So I'm not saying I was a saint. So they'd be like, "Yo, we got a song, man, named Celebration." I'm like, "Celebrate? Who want to dance to that shit?" This is what me telling them I'm a little kid, right? So and so they have this song. They had this song they thought was going to be a mega smash called Summer Madness. Come to find out, when I first met them, it was a song called Summer Madness. They thought it was going to be, "Yo, you heard our song? Man, it's going to be, yo, we're going to be rich, son." This is dumb talking like Summer Madness. What kind of mess is? Y'all going to be rich? Right. You ain't Michael Jackson? I told James Taylor to his face, bro, that he wasn't Michael Jackson. You know that dude stopped talking to me, bro. I was a kid. I'm a kid telling a grown-ass man in an R&B group that he ain't Michael Jackson. He cop an attitude with me, right? And then we move away, right? I move away, join the military, all this stuff. I go back there on leave, right? They in the same spot back there by the grill, all these different things, right? And they like, yo, what we gonna do, man? We got to find somebody. Come to find out, this dude, James Taylor, had been recording music behind their back and was looking to leave for like 5 years. He was a contract singer. He wasn't with them. He wasn't a part of it. He was like the dude. He like Dennis Edwards. He like a DSJ. Like he'll just join your group just to sing and put out hits and then leave. That's why he didn't like the whole thing of yeah. So I had been knowing Kool and the Gang for a very long time. That's why when you said James Taylor, I was like, who? James, what? I remember that dude asked me to get his lighter out the car. I was like, no, but you think I'm an errand boy? I'm Uncle. My pops made me go get the lighter, by the way. My pops threatened to punch me in my throat if I didn't go get the lighter. So I went and got the lighter, but I almost threw it at him. Like, he's a clown. So anyway, Kenny saying is he better than Michael Cooper or other dudes that left their groups in the early 80s to go solo and to find out it's rough being a solo artist? I think he's in that group. He's in that group of dudes 80 through 200. I think he's in that. I think he's a better singer than Bobby Brown, but I think he's in that group of them 80 through like 200.
Okay.
I think he's in that Chucky Booker range.
I can see that.
Yeah, man. One of these days, I'm gonna try to get my man on Vibes and stuff. But them dudes done got older and the boys done started passing away and stuff, and they might still be a little bit too big for me right now or for this platform right now, man. But I'm gonna try to reach out to them, try to see if I can get one of them guys to come on and hang out and tell their side of the Uncle Freezy story. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that kid was so smart and so cool. He always had a pocket full of money. He always I want them to tell that version. I don't know what version they'll tell, but whatever. DSA, you got anybody else before I get out of here? I'll take that as a no. Ron, you got anybody else that you think we should consider in that top 10 range?
Man, off the top of my head, I don't know, man. I might need a little time to continue to do a deep dive and think about the male artists. Shoot.
Big Bub?
Yeah.
No?
I mean, no.
Lionel Richie?
Because there's artists who I know Richie. He's interesting. I don't know if he'd be in my top 25 though.
Ooh.
He'd be right outside of that, I think. I do love him singing "Endless Love" and other songs, but he always gave me a little bit of a twang when he sings, and when I listen to some of the earlier music, I don't know if I say that his voice is that great. You know what I mean? He put together some nice songs.
Right.
I don't know if I gravitate to Lionel Richie because of his voice.
What about Rick James?
Give it to me, baby.
Fire and Desire might be his best showcase of singing the villain.
A really good showcase song. Very talented. But once again, if I'm looking at him just for his voice, I don't know. I don't know if he's top 25, top 30 type. Overall, who he is and what he can do, he'd be in the top 10 because of everything he can actually do. But
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right. Well, I'm gonna wrap up right here, man. Get out of here. Before Quentin Grimes and James Taylor hook up and then start searching for me.
I hear that. I hear
I don't
that.
know what James Taylor got against Uncle Freezy, bro, but he gotta relax, bro. He gotta relax. He too old for that. James Taylor, if you watching, man, you too old for that. Get over a grudge, bro. Stop it. I was a kid, bro.
You hit a nerve.
I'm supposed to know who you are, bro. You ain't Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? You talking to me?
Mm-mm-mm.
Don't you know who I am? No. You're just a dude standing by the grill. Relax. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyways, I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you everybody for rocking and rolling. Ron, we gotta do this again. I promise next time I'm gonna make it. I gotta have it be shorter, bro. But the conversation was just intent to be about a certain thing. We just get in here and chop it up about creativity and all that stuff. And the next thing you know, we talk about DSJ is in here talking about Jay Dilla is the GOAT.
Ooh-wee.
All right. So what are you doing tomorrow, bro? You got anything live on YouTube tomorrow? Is what I'm asking?
Nah, nothing live. Nothing live tomorrow.
You got
No,
when's
I'm just,
your stuff coming up next?
Stuff. I'm probably gonna be posting
Monday night?
some, if not some. Well, yeah, I might be posting some stuff tomorrow night for keeping it Ron. Maybe, I don't know. So see how the day goes.
Okay.
But then yeah, Monday night SKF, and then Thursday.
Okay. Hey man, y'all doing a great job, bro.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Y'all keep up the good work, man. If you have not done so, subscribe to Still Knicks Fans. Man, them brothers doing great work, man. Over there. Check us out on in about 8 hours. 718 Boys in about 8 hours and 9 hours Old School Knicks. I'll be here tomorrow night, probably by myself, talking about the value of investing in annuities. It's the way to go. So I'm going to do a slight tutorial in education on annuities and how the importance of financial literacy is not just important for you, but for your grandkids and your grandkids, all by the decisions that you make. I'm Uncle Freezy. I'm out of here. We'll holler at y'all later, man. Peace.
Later.